Hello everyone and welcome to the 2018 International Combat Wrestling World Championship, hosted this year in St. Louis, Missouri. I'm Ryan Ford. I'll be commentating the event today as athletes from 4 teams from around the world will compete for the chance to be crowned champions. Combat wrestling is a rapidly growing international sport that welcomes all styles of grappling through a rule set that encourages action. In the last few months, the participating countries have completed their national qualifiers, and today Team USA, Team Canada, Team Japan, and Team Bulgaria will put their best players forward and go head-to-head for World Championship gold. The Board of Directors and judges are getting everything squared away to begin. Here we see International Combat Wrestling President Ivailo Ivanov is taking a moment to thank the athletes and everyone involved in organizing today's event. Simultaneously, we have mat referee Vlad Kulikov reviewing the rules with the athletes, so I'll take this opportunity to give our viewers at home a breakdown of the rules as well. Each match has a duration of 5 minutes. I'll explain the overtime rules momentarily. Athletes can win via points, submission, or disqualification. The ref's whistle starts and stops the action, and competitors are identified by red or blue apparel. Athletes can win via submission. They can win via a technical victory, which is when one athlete gets 12 points ahead of his opponent at any time during the match. And finally, they can win via majority points after time has expired. Now let's take a look at how points are scored. For throws and takedowns, a 1-point score is awarded for takedowns or throws that do not lift the opponent above the hips of the attacking wrestler and land him either on his belly or on his butt. A 2-point score is awarded for throws or takedowns that do not lift the opponent above the hips of the attacking wrestler and land him on his side, be it the hips, shoulder, or ribs. And a 4-point score is awarded for throws or takedowns that land the opponent directly on his back, whether above the hip line or not, or any takedown or throw that lifts the opponent off the mat above the hip lines and lands them in a valid landing position. It's important to note that takedowns that land on the hands, knees, or elbows are not valid and not scored. If a wrestler jumps to guard, it will count as a takedown for their opponent. Throws and takedowns must have continuous motion to be scored, and takedowns or throws initiated inbounds but land out of bounds will still be scored. When it comes to illegal takedowns, no spiking of an opponent on their head will be allowed, no throws against a joint, and no slamming is allowed, which is defined as specific intent of using the ground as a tool for impact. As far as positional points go, a 1-point score will be awarded for the mount position held for 3 seconds, and a 1-point score will also be awarded for a back mount position. 2 hooks must be in place and it must be held and controlled for 3 seconds. It's important to note that in combat wrestling, position points can only be scored once per match, per wrestler, per position. Wrestlers can also score points for securing a successful pin. A 1-point score will be awarded for pins that last 10 to 19 seconds. 2 points will be awarded if the pin lasts 20 to 29 seconds, and a 4-point score will be awarded for a full 30-second pin. It's important to note that a maximum of 4 pinning points per wrestler per match is allowed, and to be very clear, a pin does not end the match. A valid pin is recognized when a wrestler has pinned the other on the mat with torso-to-torso control that is past the guard and free of leg entanglement. Chest-to-back control is allowed as well if the attacker is not being threatened by a submission. A pin is broken when the bottom wrestler's shoulders are tilted past a 90-degree angle to the mat. When it comes to submissions, chokes, joint locks, and leg locks are permitted except for the following: no heel hooks, no cervical or spine locks, no small joint manipulation, which means fingers, toes, or wrists, no standing submissions. You can start a submission standing, but you must finish it on the ground, and no head scissors. It's also important to note that submissions are broken if the defender stands up and lifts the opponent off of the mat. If the opponent stands in base while defending a leg lock, this breaks the submission as well. As far as overtime rules go, if there's an even score at the end of the match, the following criteria will be used to determine a winner. The first step is the wrestler with the least amount of cautions wins. If both wrestlers have an even amount of cautions, or if neither has any cautions, the wrestler with the highest scoring takedown will win. If the takedown scores are also even, 2 3-minute extensions in time will be permitted with sudden death rules. The first wrestler to score 2 or more points wins. And after the 2 3-minute extensions, if there's still no clear winner, the judges will pick a winner based on activity and attempts to finish. A caution is a sanction by the judges delivered to wrestlers for a foul or for non-combativity. Cautions will be indicated on the scoreboard with the yellow and orange circle under the wrestler's name. Fouls include use of the closed guard position, any attempt of a banned submission or takedown, or any unsportsmanlike conduct. Non-combativity is defined as failing to engage from standing or ground, continuously retreating out of bounds, not making active forward progression during a takedown or submission attempt, breaking a clinch without a follow-up or counterattack, or fleeing the mat to escape a submission. I'll take a moment now to introduce you to our FICW referees and judges. Our mat side judges will be Anthony Pastorello, Masa Yoshizawa, and Paul Pilaro. Center referee in charge of the action will be Vlad Kulikov. And our tableside judge will be Sambo Steve Kepfer. Alright, it looks like we are just about ready to kick things off. While the athletes make their final preparations, we'd like to take a moment to thank our corporate sponsors for helping make this event possible. Chambers Bank, member FDIC. Fast Lane Entertainment. Primal Gear Athletic Apparel, and Park Central High School Colts. Once again, the International Combat Wrestling Federation thanks you for your contribution for helping make this event possible. Alright, and we are ready to kick things off here, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start with the Veterans Division. These are all athletes that are 36 years or older. The first division we have going today is the 68 kilogram division between Javier Palomo of Team USA and Takeaki Kanemitsu representing Team Japan. Let's take a moment here real quick and introduce you to these two athletes.
Javier Palomo, I'm from Chicago, Illinois. I started wrestling when I was 12-ish, and I've been doing actual submission grappling since about 1999. Folk style wrestling, catch wrestling, sambo, judo, 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, gi Jiu-Jitsu. A couple of Japanese styles. I might have shuai jiaoed a time or 3. I went to nationals last year, took the silver medal, got into the team, took the veteran spot, went to Japan, managed to win my first ever world title. So it was a pretty good trip. My style is probably goofy and confusing to most people. I like to do a lot of out of the box stuff. Like there's nothing really too conventional about what I do. Just looking forward to seeing everyone and meeting some new people from hopefully around the world.
My name is Takeaki. I've been playing wrestling for 2 years. I also play amateur wrestling. My favorite thing is there are so many wrestlers from different kinds of style of fighting, and so he can play with so many different people.
My favorite technique is single leg takedown.
All right, and we are ready to go here. Javier Palomo from Team USA, Takeaki Kanemitsu representing Team Japan. Javier Palomo is actually a former Combat Wrestling World Champion who won the Worlds last year in Japan. Known for his technical leg attacks. Kanemitsu, a longtime wrestler. Nice shot by Kanemitsu. It's a good 2-point takedown for the double leg. Javier Palomo playing guard here. He's got to be careful not to use the closed guard. That's not allowed in combat wrestling rules, but he's effectively using the open guard. Gets out with a deep underhook and reverses the position. Nicely done by Palomo. Hooks are sunk in now. He's sinking in a rear naked choke, and that is deep underneath the chin. Kanemitsu's in a bad spot here. He's going to have to tap to this for sure. He may be out, actually. Yeah, he's out. Kanemitsu waking up now. Looks like he's okay. Excellent to see that he's not, nothing serious happened there. Wow, really an excellent performance by Javier Palomo. Great use of transitions from the guard to get to that attack position. Let's take a look at this again. Here we see Kanemitsu setting up the underhooks here, creating a little distance, and then timing this perfectly. Excellent timing on the double leg. Looks like Javi was maybe thinking about going for a guillotine, but opts instead to start using some open guard. He's got a little rubber guard action going there. Palomo does train 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, so open guard and using rubber guard is something he's very comfortable with. See him using this deep underhook to transition to the outside and cut this angle that he used to reverse the position. Once he gets out here, it's just a body fold that he uses here. He gets a nice control of the upper body there, drives forward, puts Kanemitsu on his back. Kanemitsu turns, and he turns right into the hooks of Javi, and Javi does a really nice job setting up this choke here, flattens him out, and it looked like Kanemitsu was going to tap, but right as he was tapping, he lost consciousness, and again, thankfully, he's okay. And Javier Palomo picking up the first win for Team USA today with an excellent choke victory over Team Japan's Kanemitsu. We're going to move forward into the 82 kilogram division. Opening match for that division is going to be Boris Velichkov from Team Bulgaria against Kenichi Koiwa from Japan. And we'll go ahead and introduce you to those two athletes now.
My name is Boris Velichkov, and I'm from Bulgaria.
The dynamic in the sport is my favorite, and I like the fight is both on standing and grappling. It's not only on the ground, and the fight is more beautiful because we can see throwing, we can see submissions.
I'm 5-time world champion in combat wrestling, 2 times vice world champion in combat sambo, world champion Sanda, hand-to-hand fighting, vice world champion, and more.
My name is Kenichi Koiwa. I'm from Tokyo, Japan. I have been playing Jiu-Jitsu 7 years.
All right, we're ready for our first 82 kilogram match of the day. This is going to be between Boris Velichkov from Team Bulgaria and Kenichi Koiwa from Team Japan. Velichkov, an accomplished grappler on the international circuit. He's a 5-time Combat Wrestling World Champion. He's also a Sambo champion. Kenichi Koiwa, an avid jiu-jitsu practitioner and competitor. He competes frequently on the Asian circuit. He's got many IBJJF victories under his belt. And we are underway here. Here we go. Velichkov attempting an Uchimata. Koiwa steps out to the side to avoid that. Koiwa sits to guard here. Let's see what he can do with this. Attempting some De La Hiva here. And Velichkov sits right back on a straight ankle lock, hips down, and that's it. Wow, very fast submission win for Boris Velichkov. Let's take a look at how he did that again. Here we see Koiwa opting to sit to the guard, using open guard in combat wrestling rules. Here he sets up the De La Hiva guard. He's got the De La Hiva hook and heel control, and Boris Velichkov sits right back on the straight ankle lock. In IBJJF and other jiu-jitsu tournaments, reaping the knee like that would not be allowed, but in combat wrestling, that is fair play. And he uses that to finish an excellent straight ankle lock for a quick submission win and the first victory of the day for Team Bulgaria. Koiwa is not out for the day, though. These are the only 2 guys in their division, so they will do a best of 3. So Koiwa does have the opportunity to come back again and pull off a win for Team Japan. Moving forward, we're going to go into our 90 kilogram veterans division between Ryan Proctor from Team Canada and Martin Perez from Team USA. Let's take a moment to introduce you to these guys.
Ryan Proctor, my name, and I'm from Vancouver, Canada. I've been wrestling for a year. BJJ for about 4 years, but wrestling for a year. Training environment is it's really strong. It's BJJ, but Blair mixes in a lot of sambo, a lot of throws, a lot of wrestling, so it's kind of a mixed bag, which is great. I don't like kind of keeping to one. I do like to kind of variety, so it's good. First time combat wrestling, yes. My favorite thing is just the action. I find in BJJ it slows down a little bit too much when you're on the ground and stuff. Favorite thing about combat wrestling is there's action. If there's no action, you're back up, ready to go.
Martin Perez from Colorado Springs, Colorado. I've actually never competed in any wrestling competition in my life. I got into MMA a few years ago for my kids mostly, self-defense and whatever I learned at the gym, jiu-jitsu, a little bit of wrestling with my partners and so on. So I got into MMA. My middle child was 3 days old. We're coming home from the hospital and ended up getting into a road rage incident. That's what got me into MMA. It was basically, it was coming onto a road that where it kind of zippered in, and I zippered in, and the car cut me off. Slammed on the brakes. Everything came flying on my child and everything. It was pretty messy. Ended up, we both got on the side of the road. The guy got out. He was threatening me with his gun, and his friend got out, and I was more afraid of being jumped, I guess. I know I'm stupid in that sense. The gun didn't bother me. It was the fighting. So the very next day, I walked into an MMA gym, met Gabe Boperdy, who tore my head off and has been smashing me for the last several years, and just kept coming back. I'm excited to meet people. That's what excites me. It's just meeting the people. That's why I'm here, make memories, and have a good time.
Referee Vlad Kulikov ready to start the action here in this 90-kilogram Veterans Division match between Ryan Proctor of Team Canada and Martin Perez of Team USA. As Martin Perez said in his introduction, this is his first competitive grappling outing ever, so this is quite a debut for him, going for Combat Wrestling Gold in his first outing. He's got a front headlock applied here, looking for a spin-down takedown, very nicely done by Perez. He's 4 points on the board early, looking for some pinpoints, possibly transitioning to a Kimura grip. And Proctor turns to his knees to defend that. He's got a front headlock still applied, and Perez looks like he's feeding for an anaconda choke. That looks very deep. He's rotating to get the finish on the throat, and Perez and Proctor taps. Great victory for Perez, nice and quick in his very first grappling match ever. Great composure shown by Martin Perez. You definitely wouldn't tell that was his first competitive match ever. Let's take a look at how he did that. The underhooks, he goes for the spin down takedown, rotating to the outside. He completes it. It goes straight to the back, so it's a 4-point score. Proctor rolls to his knees to defend a Kimura, ends up in an anaconda choke. Deep bite there on the choke by Perez. He walks clockwise up towards the body to complete the choke on the carotid arteries of the neck and gets a submission victory. And your winner via anaconda choke, Martin Perez, in his first competitive grappling match ever and his first victory of the day, working himself up in the 90-kilogram Veterans Division. Excellent performance, great composure shown. And we are also going to be now moving forward into the 100-plus kilogram division. This is the heavyweights. We've got 2 members of Team USA in this division. These guys actually competed against each other at the Nationals back in July. We have Gabe Boberthy returning to the mats, and also David Grayson. We'll take a moment to introduce you to these guys.
Second time competing for combat wrestling. I train out of Colorado Springs. I train at a jiu-jitsu gym / everything goes. I've been grappling, wrestling since the 80s, 1980s. I'm 102. My style is grinding, aggressiveness, and that's my style. I plan on making it miserable for anyone that faces me.
My name is David Grayson, and I'm from Tulsa, Oklahoma. I have been wrestling for over 15 years. My other styles of grappling include judo and jiu-jitsu. My past competitive accomplishments, I've won 3 IBJJF No-Gi Master World Championships. I've won a Master National Championship IBJJF, and then IBJJF Pan Master No-Gi Champion. I've also won 2 ADCC National Championships. So I was in the top 10 on the judo Olympic ladder when I competed back. That was many years ago. The judo part. And what I hope to get out of my experience is a gold medal. At the nationals, I was hurt. I only did 1 match. Wasn't very ready. I couldn't really train. So got through my injuries and put a lot of time in on the mat for this event.
Referee Masa Yoshizawa is going to oversee the action in this 100-plus kilogram match between Gabe Boberthy and David Grayson. These guys both went against each other a few times at the Nationals back in July. David Grayson out of Oklahoma, Gabe Boberthy out of Colorado. Gabe Boberthy actually just recently was awarded the Iron Man Award from USA Wrestling. It's a major achievement in his career. Heavy with a necktie here on David Grayson. Both men looking to pummel to get favorable position. Today's event is going down at Parkway Central High School in the St. Louis area. Both men still pummeling for the tie-ups that they prefer. Grayson looked like he may have been attempting a foot sweep there, but didn't quite get the connection he needed. Boberthy laying heavy on the head of David Grayson. A lot of times with these 100-plus kilogram guys, they've got to be very careful about what they choose to do before getting solid control, because one mistake in getting put on the bottom at this weight can be catastrophic for the rest of the match. Both wrestlers now receiving cautions for non-combativity. Masayoshi Zawa, referee visiting from Japan. He's also the coach of Team Japan. One of the FICW referees as well. David Grayson, a wrestler, judo practitioner, and also a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu practitioner. Competed all over the U.S. in different circuits. These guys have gone out of bounds. They're going to get reset to the center. Boberthy again with a double collar tie there. Trying to lay heavy on the head of David Grayson, possibly to attempt some snap downs. These guys are going to have to be careful to not continuously collect cautions, because eventually one wrestler will get cautions over the other, and that will result in a point given to the other wrestler. In fact, that looks like that's exactly what's happening right now. Gabe Oberthy getting another caution. Masa looks like he's going to correspond with the table judges for a moment. And yes, so David Grayson is being awarded a point because Boberthy has collected a second caution. And this is where this can get risky for guys if they're being too cautious, looking for the perfect tie-up. So Boberthy now is down by a point. He's going to have to step it up a bit here, try to get himself back onto the scoreboard. A shot from Boberthy, and Grayson times that well, sprawls out of the way, takes the back here. See if he can get some hooks in to get some positional points. Looks like he is trying to dig underneath the chin to maybe apply a choke. Okay, Boberthy fighting hard to keep his forehead pinned to the mat to not allow that space to be created. And Grayson positionally all over Boberthy here. Looks like he's still trying to swim his hand in for a choke attempt. He's got his seatbelt on. He's kind of transitioning from seatbelt control to pummeling underneath the chin to try to expose that neck of Boberthy. Boberthy well aware that he is at risk of a choke here, so he's keeping himself very tight, forehead pinned to the mat. And that is time. So this match will end with a victory for David Grayson, as he was awarded a point for the extra caution that Gabe Boberthy picked up. So David Grayson picks up the first win in this division. These guys will go against each other again because they are the only two in this division. So we'll expect more from them momentarily. Returning to the mats for the 68-kilogram veterans division, Javier Palomo of Team USA, Takeaki Kanemitsu of Team Japan. This is their second match of the day. Their first match, Javier was able to win via a rear naked choke. Kanemitsu the pressure's on for him right now because if Javier wins again, he gets the gold medal. Kanemitsu's going to have to win twice at this point in order to take home gold today. So you're probably going to see a lot of emphasis on action from him. Javier Palomo keeping his hips nice and far away. Kanemitsu displayed a good double leg takedown in their last match. Javi has an outside tie on the armpit. He may be thinking of a throw here. Kanemitsu, I think, recognizes that, squares back up with him, frames out the arms to keep some distance. Kanemitsu drops levels and another excellent double leg takedown. That's going to be a one-pointer since it went straight to Javi's butt. Javi looks like he might be swimming for a guillotine. Going for a and he's setting up a crucifix here. Excellent timing there. Excellent transition from Javier Palomo. Looks like he had a Kimura control. Looks like he might be transitioning out to a choke to look for another rear naked choke victory. Maintaining the pressure from top side, and I think that's another tap again. Yes, Kanemitsu just verified that is a choke. Javier Palomo, with his second submission of the day in his second match, takes home the gold. Let's take a look at how it went down again. Here we see Kanemitsu dropping levels really well and completing an excellent one-point takedown for the double leg. Javier Palomo immediately starts looking for the guillotine finish. Looks like he didn't quite have the angle that he wanted to finish, so he instead opts to fold the legs through and stand up. And that decision allowed him to time a crucifix setup, which was a really, really smart decision. He uses a Kimura control here on that backside, and now he's rotating over to get to the back, keeping nice and heavy pressure on the top side as he uses the right arm to sink in what looks like a one-armed rear naked choke. Kanemitsu, from our angle, it's hard to tell where he tapped, but he does verify after Javier, as a good sport, let's go with the choke. Great sportsmanship and honor show by both guys here today. And Javier Palomo picks up the first medal of the day for Team USA with a second rear naked choke victory. Excellent job for him. It's his second world championship in combat wrestling. Takeaki Kanemitsu, we certainly appreciate him flying all the way from Japan to compete in today's event. And now we return to the 82-kilogram veterans division between Boris Velichkov and Kenichi Koiwa. Velichkov representing Team Bulgaria, Kenichi Koiwa representing Team Japan. This is their second match of the day. Their first match, Boris Velichkov secured a straight ankle lock for a submission win. If he's able to do it one more time, he walks home with a gold medal today. Just like the last match, the Japanese representative has the pressure on here. He's going to have to win 2 matches in a row in order to take home gold today. So he's got quite an obstacle in front of him here. Velichkov leading forward with one leg that seems to suggest that he may be looking for an inside throw. Koiwa trying to separate, make some distance, and square back up with him. And the athletes have gone out of bounds. Referee Masa Yoshizawa resetting them back to the center. Kenichi Koiwa, an avid Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu practitioner and competitor. Velichkov, a Sambo, Judo, and wrestler. Nice foot sweep attempt there by Boris, and it looks like that's going to be a 4-point takedown. I thought Koiwa was pulling guard, but it looks like Velichkov continued the motion and got himself a 4-point score there. Very well done. Koiwa again looking for De La Riva guard, and this looks like the exact same setup that happened in their first match. Koiwa was using De La Riva, and Velichkov went straight to a straight ankle lock, just like in the first match, and Koiwa is in trouble here. And that is it. That's a second submission victory with a second straight ankle lock off of that exact same tie-up that happened in the first match. And with that, Boris Velichkov picks up the first gold medal of the day for Team Bulgaria. And I believe that is his 5th or 6th Combat Wrestling World Championship. So excellent showing for him. And again, we really appreciate all these athletes from around the world flying in to compete today. And stepping onto the mat for the first time today is Steve Yoke from Team USA. Let's take a moment to introduce you to him.
Hi, my name is Stephen Yoke. I'm from Mount Airy, Maryland. I've been wrestling since I was 5 years old. I've been in judo, jiu-jitsu. I kind of trained myself in sambo, and I had a great catch wrestling coach, good catch wrestling coaches. My favorite thing about the combat wrestling rule set is the tempo. It's a very fast tempo. It's closer to sambo and judo than regular jiu-jitsu. And I hope to accomplish a world championship today.
Ryan Proctor returning to the mat, second match of the day against Steve Yoke of Team USA. These guys are in the 90 kilogram veterans division. Steve Yoke out of Maryland. He's a judo, BJJ, and catch wrestler. And Ryan Proctor of Team Canada, mainly a jiu-jitsu practitioner, but also dabbles in other various styles of grappling. Steve Yoke with a heavy tie. Nice shot and a single leg takedown for a 1-point score for Steve Yoke on the board early. Now working to pass the guard of Ryan Proctor. And he does with a beautiful knee slice. Excellently done. Now he's holding position to get some pinning points. Proctor almost bridges him over, but he doesn't reverse the position, but does break the pin. So he prevents Yoke from getting any pinning points. And he's now causing Yoke to have to start passing again. And Yoke goes all the way to, he's almost in mount. Now he's in full mount, so he's going to get positional points there for that. He's also pinning, and looks like he breaks the pin again. So maybe the positional points weren't scored there, but perhaps he didn't hold it for the full amount of time, so I spoke too soon there. Yeah, Proctor getting warned there for using the closed guard. You cannot use closed guard in combat wrestling. Now Yoke again passes, looking to get some pinpoints here. If you can prevent Proctor from turning to a 90-degree angle with his shoulders for 30 seconds, he'll get 4 points. And Proctor has turned to the 90 degrees and once again broken the pin. Yoke back onto the pin again. If he can hold this for 10 seconds, he'll get 1 point. For 20, he'll get 2 points. And if he can hold it for a full 30 seconds, he'll get 4 points on the board. So far, Proctor has done a really good job of preventing any pinning points from being applied. Looks like he is going to get a 2-point score for 20 seconds, putting Yoke at 4 points in the lead. He's now in Proctor's half guard. Yoke looks like he's keeping heavy pressure onto the hips, and he does a little back step there. It looks like he's pretty much around the guard if he can clear that knee line. Yes, he does. And now he is back to pinpoints. He has 10 more seconds worth of pinpoints that he's able to score here. If he can hold for 10 seconds, he will get a 1-point score added to what he has already. It looks like he might be trying to just opt to set up a north-south choke here. Let's see what he does with this. Looks like the pin has been broken. He's no longer getting pinpoints at this point. And he looks like he goes for a north-south choke. Very well done by Yoke. Excellent performance. He really showed a lot of control there. Excellent positional control from the top side. Let's take a look at some of this again. Yoke kicks things off by timing an excellent single leg takedown. That's what put him on the board initially. He was able to pretty much maintain top side control for the entire duration of the match. Passes the guard a couple times. And here's the submission finish. Looks like an arm-in north-south choke. Sinks his weight down onto the carotid arteries of Ryan Proctor and gets a submission victory. Very well done. He'll now move forward to face Martin Perez for the gold medal of the 90 kilogram veterans division. Excellent showing today for Steve Yoke. All right, we return now to our 100-plus kilogram veterans division. This is Gabe Boberthy and David Grayson taking to the mat for the second time today. Both these guys members of Team USA. David Grayson ahead by 1 win so far. If he can do it one more time, he walks home with a gold medal. Gabe Boberthy is going to have to get 2 wins in a row here against David Grayson to go home with a gold medal and a world championship. Gabe Boberthy aggressive, looking for some snap downs. Leaning heavy into Grayson. Again with another snap down, trying to off-balance Grayson. Maybe looking to snap him down to his knees to take a top turtle position or a front headlock. Grayson also a longtime judo practitioner. Very dangerous throws that he possesses in his arsenal, so Boberthy's going to have to be aware of that and careful not letting Grayson dictate where he steps. Some really crazy stories floating around about David Grayson from back in the day. Apparently he once slammed a guy so hard with a judo throw that spinal fluid came out of his nose. And that is something that one of his teammates was telling us the other day in preparation of this event. So definitely something to be careful about. Grayson drops levels, looks for a single. Boberthy wisely sprawls, times it well, and prevents that from happening. Again, these guys are going to have to be careful to avoid cautions here. Referee Masa Yoshizawa previously issued cautions twice to Boberthy, which is what cost him the last match. Looks like on cue, both wrestlers now getting served cautions. So at this point, they are both being warned that they've got to press the action. For our viewers at home, if you're not familiar with the rules, you can rewind here at the beginning of the video. We explain the rules in full detail. At this point, whoever picks up another caution is going to give a point to their opponent. So action is of the essence here. Boberthy laying heavy on the head again with aggressive snap down attempts. David Grayson looking to fish towards the hips. You see Grayson showing a desire to get down, to drop levels, to get to the legs, or to at least get to the hip line, which suggests that he is going to mix up his takedown variations between his judo base and his wrestling base. Another great reason to explore diverse grappling styles is you have that ability to transition between different kinds of shots. Grayson again threatening with the threatening the legs of Gabe. Boberthy seems intent on tying the head and getting that double head control to try to manipulate the base of Grayson a little bit. Grayson again threatening the legs. We are approximately halfway through the match here at this point, a little over halfway. And Boberthy pushes Grayson out of bounds. They will get reset to the center again. And that's a caution for Boberthy again. That's probably for throwing him out of bounds. That was probably a delayed call. And that is going to result in a point for Grayson. So Grayson is now ahead on the scoreboard, 1-0. So Boberthy has got to work here because now he's only got a few minutes left in the match. Grayson, if he's able to maintain a good base and avoid getting taken down, he can cruise through and get gold medal and get a gold medal today. Oberthy checking the clock, checking with his corner, attempts a shoulder throw, doesn't quite have the control that he needed, and David Grayson pounces on the error, and time expires. Oberthy looks like he's a little heated about the cautions. I think he thought that maybe the caution was being awarded to Grayson, so a little bit of confusion there. David Grayson picks up the win and takes home World Championship gold today. Congratulations to him. And that wraps up the 100-plus kilogram veterans division.
Just give him a point with 40 seconds left. Really?
And we return now to our 90-kilogram veterans division. This is the final match of this division. So one of these guys will be a World Combat Wrestling champion. We've got Stephen Yoke out of Maryland representing Team USA, and Martin Perez out of Colorado also representing Team USA. This is Martin Perez's first grappling competition he's ever done, so he is hungry to get a world championship in his first outing. Steve Yoke, a seasoned competitor out of Maryland. Both these guys, jiu-jitsu practitioners, wrestlers, and Steve Yoke also practices Sambo. Yoke, we saw him perform very well at the Nationals, very technical grappler. And both these guys have a submission win to get to this match today. Martin Perez won with an anaconda choke, and Yoke won with a north-south choke. So both submission-oriented guys. Yoke looks for a single leg. Doesn't quite have the distance he needs, not quite in range. Perez looks to drop levels a little bit to maybe look for a throw there, but Yoke sprawls, keeps his hips far, maintains a good base. Perez now securing a tight overhook. Let's see what he does with this. Looks for a self-sacrifice throw, but Steve Yoke remains active on his feet and gets to side control. Perez turns away from the potential pin. So Yoke now is going to probably be looking to get to some back mount points here. Yes, has one hook going in. Let's see if he can get that second hook in. Perez out the back door. Transitions to a front headlock. Looking for a Peruvian necktie. Oh, and they roll out of bounds. Good scramble there by both guys. Referee Masa Yoshizawa resetting them back to the center. Martin Perez drove to St. Louis for this event in an RV with his entire family, including the dogs. So he's got a lot of support here in the house. Shoulder throw from Perez. That's going to be a 1-point score. So he is now up a point on the board. Looking now to control the back of Steve Yoke. He displayed an ability to fish for anacondas really well in his last match. That's something Yoke is going to have to keep an eye on. Yoke trying to prevent any space for a choke to be created while simultaneously maintaining a good base on the ground to not get rolled over. Stephen Yoke, self-taught in Sambo. He said that there's not a lot of Sambo in the area that he lives in, so he's had to do the research on his own and try to mix it in with his jiu-jitsu and wrestling training, his catch wrestling training. A lot of really great, diverse grappling arts that we see show up to this event. It's a really inclusive event that really is just great for any grappling style. Everyone can come out here and show what they do. We're getting pretty short on time here, so Yoke is going to have to get moving because right now Perez is up by 1 point. If Perez can maintain control for the rest of this time, he will become a world champion in his first competition. Looking maybe for a guillotine. Yoke attempting to drive him forward, but they're out of bounds yet again. And now we are really short on time. Perez is just seconds away from a Combat Wrestling World Championship. Sprawls. Good sprawl here. If he can maintain the pressure for the remainder of the time, he will walk home with gold. Yoke is going to have to drive and work real hard to at least tie up on the boards.
15 seconds for the explosion. Come up. Get up, Dave.
Perez looking to feed for the Anaconda. Yoke had control of the wrist. He loses the control. It doesn't look like Perez has a real deep control with the left hand on the right bicep. And that is time. Perez, in his first outing as a competitive grappler, becomes a Combat Wrestling World Champion. Good for him. Amazing performance by both these guys. What a cool story for Martin Perez. Martin Perez, very emotional. I know his family's in the crowd. He's put in a lot of work for this. His team obviously very happy for him. Anthony Pastorello, one of his coaches, congratulating him. Martin Perez is your 90-kilogram Veterans World Combat Wrestling Champion. And that wraps up the Veterans weight category for the 2018 Combat World Wrestling Championships. Let's see who our winners are this year. At 68 kilograms, Javier Palomo of Team USA is your champion. At 82 kilograms, Boris Velichkov representing Team Bulgaria. 90 kilograms, Martin Perez of Team USA. And for the 100-plus kilogram category, David Grayson is your champion from Team USA. Big congratulations to all the gold medal winners today, and a big thank you to all the competitors that came out to represent their country today. All right, and we're going to move forward now into the Veterans Absolute Division. For those of you not familiar with an Absolute Division, this is an open weight category. So the Veterans Division, ages 35 and above, open weight begins now. Our opening match is going to be between Steve Yoke of Team USA and Boris Velichkov of Team Bulgaria. Both these guys had a great showing in their respective weight categories. Velichkov tore through his competition today to get a gold medal. And nice takedown there by Velichkov to kick things off. It's a 4-point takedown. He's going to work for some back points. Out straight over to the arm. He's going to use a Kimura trap here. He may turn this into an arm bar. Let's see what he does with this. Yoke using his left hand to try to maintain control of the left foot of Velichkov. And he rolls through it, and that is an armbar finish. Excellent submission by Velichkov. Let's take a look at how he set that up again. That was really, really slick. Them tying up. It looked like Velichkov went for a fireman's carry, but didn't quite get control with the right arm. The sprawl of Yoke prevented the right arm from getting in. He instead just pummels through with an underhook and drives forward, completing the takedown. That was a really interesting takedown. He gets to the back mount here, puts the first hook in, but rather than putting the second hook in, he just takes the leg straight around to the front of Yoke's face while securing a Kimura trap. Yoke tries to use the shin to staple his leg to the ground to prevent him from creating the space he needs. Velichkov remains persistent on the control of the arm here and feeds through with his right hand around the outside of the shin to get that rotation and force Yoke to roll forward, completing the armbar. Excellent groundwork there by Velichkov. And Velichkov is going to move forward in the Absolute Division. All right, and next up we've got a David versus Goliath matchup. We've got Gabe Boberthy, 100 plus kilos from Team USA, against Kenichi Koiwa of Team Japan, weighing in at 82 kilograms. So definitely a big weight disparity between these two guys. Koiwa going to need to use, going to need to be quick on his feet for this one. He does not want to get stuck underneath a man the size of Gabe Boberthy's size. Boberthy for sure looking to cut off the corners here, making sure that Koiwa doesn't have as much space to run around. Let's see what the strategies that each of these guys use ends up being. Koiwa being cautious on his tie-up here, rightfully so. Koiwa, an active Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu practitioner, competes very frequently in the Asian circuits of the IBJJF and other Jiu-Jitsu tournaments. Gabe Boberthy, a lifetime wrestler. Boberthy looks like he's going to not get points for that, actually. So it looks like Koiwa initiated that, and Boberthy just simply took advantage of the position. So Koiwa using a shin shield here at first. Let's see if he can maintain this. Boberthy putting down a lot of pressure, sprawling out, hips heavy. Let's see whether or not he can get around the guard of Kenichi Koiwa. Koiwa maintaining a frame there with his legs. Referee Vlad Kulikov standing them back up. Boberthy really able to control the center of the mat here. Not a whole lot of emphasis for him on rushing in. He's going to have to try to time one of the quick movements of Koiwa. Try to bring him to the ground, or at least tie him up so he can't be free to run around. Koiwa again. Going to use the guard here. So no takedown's going to be scored. Boberthy's underneath that leg. He's stacking through, and that is now he's now around the guard into a side turtle position here. Let's see what he does with this. And Gabe Boberthy has now passed the guard, and he is in side control collecting pinpoints. Whenever you see a FICW referee holding out a flat palm like that, that means that the wrestler with that wristband color is collecting pinpoints. If Gabe Boberthy can maintain this position for 30 seconds, he'll get 4 points on the board. There's a maximum of 4 points per wrestler per match allowed for pinning points. Boberthy looks like he may be trying to isolate the left arm of Koiwa. And he does. An Americana. Beautifully done. Beautifully done. Definitely a tough side mount to be stuck underneath Gabe Boberthy. That is a big man with a ton of experience. Great effort by Kenichi Koiwa. Gabe Boberthy picks up a win and moves forward in the absolute division. All right, and after a 5-minute break here, Kenichi Koiwa returning to the mat again to face Steve Yoke. This will be for third place. The winner here will go home with an absolute bronze medal. Kenichi Koiwa and Steve Yoke. Hand fighting here. Yoke in with a great shot, beautifully done. That is going to be a 4-point takedown because it went straight to Koiwa's back. Beautifully done. Koiwa trying to use the guard, trying to use the half guard now. And they have gone out of bounds, so referee Vlad Kulikov is going to bring them back to the center. Excellent start for Steve Yoke. 4 points on the board. So far throughout the tournament, we've seen Koiwa use a lot of guard work. He seems to be comfortable just sitting back to guard, as he does right there. Yoke putting on a real nice crossface, really disrupting the effectiveness of the half guard of Koiwa right now. Looks like he is trying to work his way back to quarter. He's almost in mount now. If he can free that left shin, he'll get a positional point. And he does that just now, so now he is up 5 points. And he's also collecting pin points. This is a really, really good tactic here by Yoke. A lot of guys sometimes get a little excited and rush into trying to find the submission. Yoke being very conscious of where he's at right now. He knows if he can maintain this position for 30 seconds, he'll get another 4 points, putting himself at 9 points in the lead relatively early in the match here. Yoke has walked his underhooks high up above the top of Koiwa's head, and he's now interlocked the fingers with an S grip. This is a really, really tight position and a real bad spot for Koiwa. Koiwa can't really create any effective frames, and now he's scored his 4 pin points. So Yoke is up 9-0 now. Yoke now using the left shin to staple the right forearm of Koiwa to the ground. He's applying a crossface. He may be using that to isolate. Well, it looks like they're getting stood up now. But I think he was going to use that to isolate the left arm of Koiwa for a potential attack. Nevertheless, they are getting reset here to the center. Yoke up with a dominant 9-point lead. Koiwa's going to have to really turn it on here. And he takes a shot. Yoke sprawls. I think that was the first shot we've seen Koiwa throw in the tournament. All day long, Yoke has displayed some really good defensive wrestling. Great sprawls, great takedown defense. He is back in side control here. Looks like he is going for a potential choke. He's got the left arm of Koiwa fed across the carotid artery. He may use this to crush straight down for a choke. Koiwa is in trouble here. Yeah, that's if it's not a choke, at the very least, it's an extremely uncomfortable position. You can see Koiwa frantically trying to regain composure here. It looks like he does. He gets to belly down. Koiwa is able to get the legs out in front of him and prevent the side control to happen again. Yoke with a beautifully timed shot. Well done. That's going to put him up 13-0, which is a technical victory. Once any wrestler gets above a 12-point lead, or 12 points, rather, ahead of their opponent, that's going to be a technical victory. Let's take a look at how he did it. We see early on, Yoke times a really nice double leg here, scoring himself 4 points early on in the match. Here we see Koiwa attempting a shot. Yoke sprawling, keeping himself way out of range for that. Yoke displaying really effective topside control all day long today. And this is the very end here. Drives in with a nice double leg and puts himself 13-0 for a technical victory. And Steve Yoke goes home with a bronze medal today. All right, and we have reached the final match of the Veterans Absolute Division. It's going to be Gabe Boberthy versus Boris Velichkov. Boberthy of Team USA, Velichkov of Team Bulgaria. One of these men will be the Combat Wrestling Veterans Absolute Champion. Velichkov coming in aggressively. Boberthy maintaining his space on the mat. This guy's getting a little close to edging towards out of bounds. Velichkov with a beautiful armbar setup. Excellently done. Let's see, he's feeding up towards the wrist. This could be bad for Gabe Boberthy. Leaning. And that's going to be a verbal submission for Boberthy. Excellently done by Velichkov. Wow, we got to see that setup again. That was beautifully timed. Here we see Boberthy with a double collar tie. Vlichkov weaves his left arm around the right arm of Boberthy, posts a foot on the hip, spins through perfectly, gets a nice deep bite, kicks the legs forward to get Boberthy on his back, and maintains a tight pinch here on this position. Boberthy trying to get to his knees, but the control is really tight. This is a really deep bite that Vlichkov has here. He starts working his way up towards the wrist. You can see him using his right hand around the hands of Boberthy, and that grip is slipping, and Boberthy gives a verbal tap before the inevitable there. Excellent setup. Another submission for Vlichkov, and another excellent display of ground grappling there from Boris. Picking up his second gold medal of the day.
Let's give all of today's wrestlers a big round of applause.
Boris Vlichkov picking up his second medal for himself today, but also the second medal for Team Bulgaria. And he is now a five-time Combat Wrestling World Champion.
Thank you, buddy. I'm five-time world champion.
Well, congratulations, Boris. He's obviously very excited about his performance. Let's take a look at the breakdown of the veterans' absolute results here. First place, Boris Vlichkov of Team Bulgaria. Second place, Gabe Boberthy of Team USA. And third place, Steve Yoke, also of Team USA. All right, and that wraps up our veterans division. So we're now going to move into the seniors division. These athletes are all between the ages of 18 and 35. Our first division is going to be the women's 68 kilogram division. We have two athletes, one from Team Canada and one from Team USA. Let's take a moment to introduce you to these two athletes.
My name's Shalina Horn. I'm from Victoria, BC in Canada. I've been wrestling for about 7 years. About 8 months ago, I started with Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. The thing with wrestling and Jiu-Jitsu is when I started Jiu-Jitsu, I realized there's so many more moves and so many opportunities, and I find it's really enhanced my creativity on the mat. There's just so many possibilities. I like the mixture of the takedowns and the submissions. I think it keeps the wrestling really pure because you have to make sure you don't get choked out or armbarred, and I think it's a good complement to the jiu-jitsu too. I'm just looking to give it my all. I've been training for months now, and I'm just super excited to go out there and show what I've got, what I've been working on.
My name is Emily Hedrick. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. I have been wrestling for 3 years. I've been doing martial arts since I was 6. The other styles I do are judo and jiu-jitsu. I've been doing judo and jiu-jitsu since I was 12. And then taekwondo and karate since I was like 6. My favorite techniques about wrestling, I think throwing and going for the legs, like any kind of single or double leg. I really like those two. The thing that I enjoy most about combat wrestling is you can incorporate different techniques and martial arts into them. Like, it doesn't have to be just wrestling or just jiu-jitsu. It can be both of them, or judo, whichever one you like.
All right, we have Shalina Horn of Team Canada versus Emily Hedrick of Team USA. Both these ladies practice Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and wrestling. Emily Hedrick also practices judo. Nice shot there by Shalina Horn. She's going to put 2 points on the board early on. She's now collecting pin points. Hugging tight on the hips to prevent Hedrick from scooting away and creating distance and recomposing a guard. And Shalina now advances to the mount position. And she is continuing to stack her points. She's almost at 30 seconds to score. And that is a 4-point score for pinning for Shalina Horn. Shalina now attempting to advance to an S mount there, but gets her foot caught in quarter guard. Emily Hedrick trying to use this now to keep her from advancing. Shalina's trying to use a knee slice here, but can't quite free that foot. With these wrestling shoes on, it makes it significantly harder to knee slice and do certain transitions that normally, being barefoot in jiu-jitsu, would be a little easier to perform. Referee Vlad Kulikov going to set these ladies to the center. Emily Hedrick, a judo practitioner. She loves throws. And Shalina Horn, again, dropping levels really well. Looks like there's no points there. I believe there was no continuous motion on that. Shalina Horn now setting up a choke here. See what she can do with this. Emily Hedrick trying to keep her in half guard. Shalina using the right knee to try to slice to the other side. Maybe readjusting here on the outside. Trying to clear the knee line through the half guard there to make things a little bit easier. Shalina Horn so far having no issues penetrating the range of Emily Hedrick. Again, she just lands another beautiful takedown, double leg. That's going to be a 4-point takedown, putting her 10 points ahead. If she scores 2 more points here, this will be a technical victory for Shalina Horn. Shalina looks like she may not be interested in winning via points, though. She is attacking on a north-south choke now, and this looks like it's pretty deep. She's trying to rotate the position here to cinch in on that neck. Choking down now to the bicep. So she's got her right hand controlled on the bicep, and that is a choke. That's a submission. Excellent job by Shalina Horn. Shalina was really close to getting a technical victory there, but really went for the kill, looking for the submission, and gets it. Excellent first match. These are the only 2 ladies we have in the house today. We're really excited that these female athletes were able to come out and perform, so that you will get to see them again as they are going to do a best out of 3 in their division today. And next up, we have another match between Team Canada and Team USA. This is going to be the 62-kilogram men's division between Michael Caldwell and Dylan Malinowski. Let's take a moment to introduce you to these 2 guys.
My name is Michael Caldwell from St. Charles, Missouri. I've been wrestling since 6th grade, so for almost 15 years. Yeah, I've been doing jiu-jitsu the last about 3 years, so super comfortable with submissions. My main focus has been jiu-jitsu over the last 3 years, and just kind of throwing in some wrestling here and there. Nationals, I was up a weight class. I came in a little late, and I took second. I had a quick submission, and then I got submitted in the finals and took second at nationals. And ended up going down, petitioning to go 62 kilos because that's my real weight class, so that's where I'm at now. My style, I'm going to be takedown heavy for this particular style. A lot of quick takedowns and stuff like that. Jiu-jitsu, if it goes down to the ground, I'll be working a lot of chokes and things like that. I have not taken a look at my bracket. Not super worried about it. I've competed over thousands of times with wrestling and stuff like that, so I know if I just go out and do what I've been training to do, it shouldn't matter.
My name is Dylan Malinowski. I'm from Canada, Victoria, BC. I've been wrestling since I was about 20, so about 4 years, and I also have a jiu-jitsu background. I'm a blue belt. What I like about combat wrestling is it allows me to test myself physically and mentally, and use all the skills that I've accumulated over the couple of years that I've been training. So I like to test myself on a world stage.
And we're ready for this match. Dylan Malinowski of Team Canada versus Michael Caldwell of Team USA. Both these guys wrestlers and jiu-jitsu practitioners. Caldwell attempting a foot sweep in nice on a single, and he's going to try to elevate him. Oh, and he almost gets him up, almost elevates him. Couldn't quite get underneath the hips the way he wanted to. Malinowski responding now with a Kimura from half guard. Looks like he may be abandoning that. Michael Caldwell applying a crossface here and driving forward. Malinowski trying to use a butterfly hook to get some elevation and create some space. On a leg coming up on a single maybe. And Caldwell picks the ankle there and shoves him away to create some distance. Both these guys very fast competitors. Saw a lot of speed displayed by Michael Caldwell at the Nationals. Dylan Malinowski looks like he has a similar style. Attempt on a throw here by Caldwell. Looks like there wasn't going to be continuous motion. Malinowski did a good job of basing out and preventing the takedown from completing successfully. Malinowski using a little rubber guard here. See if he can isolate an arm or potentially throw a triangle from this position. He's not allowed to lock his ankles and close the guard in combat wrestling rules. Caldwell passing the guard now in front turtle with a front headlock. Applying a chin strap, but they are out of bounds. And referee Vlad Kulikov issuing Malinowski with a caution. I'm not sure what that was for. That may have been for something earlier. And Malinowski sitting to an armbar. Nice attack here. This looks pretty deep. He's got him tilted over. Caldwell maintaining his base. Standing up. And it looks like he's cleared the elbow. He's free now. Malinowski attacking on a deep knee bar. Excellent transition from Malinowski. And Caldwell's responding with a toe hold. And that's it. Michael Caldwell saves himself from that knee bar and wins via a toe hold submission. That was excellently done. Michael Caldwell pulls himself out of the fire there with a nice toe hold victory. And these guys will be doing a best of 3. So there's plenty of more of that to come. Great action by both guys. Really great technique shown by both sides. And now we've got the 68 kilogram seniors men division. This is Daniel Rodriguez and Devin Whitehead, both of Team USA. We got to see these guys perform at the Nationals back in July. They are back now for a chance to capture world gold. Let's take a moment to introduce you to these guys.
My name is Daniel Rodriguez from Chicago, Illinois. My style is mainly jiu-jitsu, but I grew up wrestling, so everything just kind of blends together. My favorite thing about combat wrestling is just the wrestling. Like, it translates well with just everything they're trying to do, and just, you know, the combination of it all is just great. People can expect to see from me is submissions, lots of submissions.
My name is Devin Whitehead. I'm from Jerseyville, Illinois. I've been wrestling about 10 years. I started my freshman year in high school and continued since then. I trained jiu-jitsu and judo when I was younger. My training environment's pretty good. Tough wrestlers, good jiu-jitsu guys, pretty good mix of people. My performance in nationals wasn't the best. I got choked out twice, and then I got dropped weight, so that's how I got to qualify, but plan on doing a little better. I hadn't competed in 2 or 3 years, so I had some mat rust for sure. My favorite thing about combat wrestling is the weird mix of jiu-jitsu and wrestling, trying to figure out not to go to your back and when to go to your stomach. It's definitely different. I like it.
All right, and we are set to go. For those of you that saw the Nationals back in July, available also on our Grappling Central YouTube channel here, you'll recognize Daniel Rodriguez. Daniel Rodriguez tore through his division with a ton of submission wins, displayed a very dangerous guillotine throughout the entire event. And nice double leg here by Rodriguez, and he completes it, getting a 1-point takedown to start things off here. Rodriguez looks like he is trying to flatten Whitehead to his back to maybe get some pinning points. Whitehead doing a good job of staying turned in to maintain that 90-degree angle with his shoulders. He may have given up his back here, though. This could be bad. Turning away from the back mount. Rodriguez now looking for an S mount. Whitehead creating some space here, turning in, and excellent timing on the escape there. Beautifully done by Whitehead. Great defensive grappling there. Good transitions displayed by Rodriguez as well. Rodriguez, a lifetime wrestler. Excellent arm drag to a single leg there. Now he's got a guillotine, and this is what we were talking about earlier. Daniel Rodriguez has a very dangerous guillotine. Let's see if he can get the finish here. That is a good bite with the legs and an arch with the back, and that is a finish. Excellent job by Daniel Rodriguez. These guys will also be doing a best of 3. They're the only 2 guys in their division for this event. So Devin Whitehead still has a chance to come back and capture gold. We'll have to beat Rodriguez now 2 times in a row. Next up, we move in now to our 74 kilogram seniors men division. We've got Brett Milano of Team USA, versus Hideaki Saito from Team Japan. We'll take a moment here to introduce you to these two athletes.
My name is Brett Milano from Des Moines, Iowa. I've been wrestling for about a decade, all kinds of martial arts, grappling styles. Jiu-jitsu, judo, wrestling. I like Sambo too, but I don't get a chance to train it too much, not my area, but it's okay. At the Nationals, I was pretty pleased with my performance. I got out of there pretty quick. I was probably on the mat for 2 minutes max. I had a lot of quick finishes. I got out of there, did my job. My favorite thing about combat wrestling is I think the variety is very nice. Plus the format, I like the international format. You qualify for a world team, you go to a world championship. I think that's something missing from a lot of submission grappling styles sometimes where people just show up. So.
My name is Saito Hideaki. I'm from Tokyo, Japan. I've been wrestling for 5 years. I also play judo too. I've been playing judo for 35 years. So my favorite thing is choking and submission.
All right, and we are underway here. Saito of Team Japan, Brett Milano, Team USA. Both these guys experienced judo practitioners. Saito's been doing judo for over 30 years. Milano has a judo base. We pointed out in his nationals matches that he has a tendency to lead with one leg, sort of in a side stance, which makes you think he may be trying to set up uchimatas. But both these guys also very competent wrestlers as well. So we'll see a nice mix of different styles of takedowns in this match. Saito going in on a single. See if he can complete this. Nice foot sweep. Doesn't quite get the control position at the end, so there's not going to be any points for that. Milano may be thinking of a throw here with that overhook. Not quite. Looking for a throw there. Doesn't quite have the angle he wanted. Saito with a good sprawl. Front headlock being applied here. Maybe looking to set up a guillotine choke. Milano sits out. Saito taking the back now. If he can get some hooks in, he'll get some points on the board for position. Milano looked like he might have been thinking about a Kimura there, reaching back with that left elbow. Looks like now he's opting to turn to his right to prevent Saito from passing over to a mount position. Milano feeding the arm underneath the leg there. May have accidentally isolated his arm there. And that actually won't matter anyways because they're getting stood up to the center now. At the Nationals, we saw Milano display some really good leg attacks, leg locks that is. Had a toe hold finish. And I believe a knee bar finish, if my memory serves me correctly. Saito, a student of Masayoshi Zawa, the combat wrestling coach of Team Japan, and one of the FICW referees as well. Flying all the way here to St. Louis from Tokyo, Japan. Brett Milano out of Des Moines, Iowa. Relatively local. These guys pummeling, looking for their preferred grips. Nice inside trip by Saito. Beautifully done. He's going to get 4 points on the board for that. Milano locks up a triangle guard. Looks like he's controlling the shin well. He's got the triangle locked in. Turns it into an arm bar, and that's a submission finish for Brett Milano. Wow, excellently done. That was a great transition. Let's take a look at that again. Here we see Saito controlling an underhook and an overhook. Both these guys clinched up. Saito uses an inside leg trip. completes the takedown for the 4 points. Milano isolates that right arm, locks up the triangle guard, controls the shin here, locks it in tight. Saito trying to escape through the back door there. Milano gets wrist control, elevates the hips, and finishes with a beautiful armbar victory. Brett Milano moves forward in the 74 kilogram division with an armbar from the triangle position. All right, and staying with the 74 kilogram division now, our next match is going to be between Travis Kirby of Team USA and Blair Turton of Team Canada. Let's take a moment to introduce you to these guys.
My name's Travis Kirby from Tahlequah, Oklahoma. Oh man, I've been involved in wrestling for 28 years now, started when I was 4. Favorite thing about combat wrestling is just the mixture of all the grappling styles combined. You know, jiu-jitsu, sambo, judo, the folk style, the freestyle, just a mixture of everything with grappling. My style, I would say I'm a guy I like to get after as far as looking for leg attacks and anything out of the inside tie. I'm really big on just kind of that slick Oki style of wrestling, I guess you would say.
Hey, my name's Blair Turton. I'm from Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. I've been grappling jiu-jitsu primary for a little over 10 years. Black belt in jiu-jitsu for about a year now. I'm training for a little over 10. This will be my 4th competition this year. I really like the combat wrestling rule set. I think it's the thing that irritates me most about jiu-jitsu is the rule that the standing opponent must engage the person on the ground. I really like that in combat wrestling you can step back up and motion people back to the feet. I would describe our training environment as pretty relaxed. It's a pretty mellow gym. We try to keep things super friendly, super welcoming, but at the same time we work really hard. So for me, it's the kind of best of both worlds.
All right, and here we go. Travis Kirby, a lifelong wrestler out of Oklahoma, very strong wrestling state. Blair Turton, longtime jiu-jitsu practitioner. We saw Kirby perform very well at the Nationals to earn his spot to be here today. Showed a lot of aggression and really technical takedowns to secure his spot on Team USA. And a blast double leg from Travis Kirby. Great timing on that. And that puts him on the board 1-0. Kirby again with another blast double leg. That's 2 in a row. That's gonna be another 1-point takedown. Blair Turton turning into a potential armbar here. Maybe looking for a Kimura trap. Kirby looks like he's got his hands connected together. I can't quite see from here what kind of grip he's using, but he seems to be aware that Turton is trying to separate the hands for either an armbar or a Kimura trap. Looks like at this point Turton does have a spiderweb grip, so he's looking for an armbar here. He's got control over the face. This could be real bad for Kirby if Turton's able to flip him over. Trying to use that left leg to elevate Kirby and rotate him over to his back. Kirby seems to be aware. Great movement by Kirby to defend that. Turton staying determined on that arm here. Maintaining a good angle. Looks like he's trying to get the hands of Kirby separated a little bit, using his right foot there over the top of the shoulder to pin down the right wrist of Kirby, using his heel on the inside. That's an interesting. It's an interesting tactic. Looks like he's now opting to cross the feet, and they are now back to their feet. Great defense by Kirby. Great attempts there to separate those hands by Turton. Didn't quite get what he needed though. And we are back on our feet again, where Kirby has so far displayed some great ability to bring this to the ground using those blast double legs. Turton with a 2-on-1 grip here, looking for a throw. Not quite. Not quite. Doesn't quite have the control he needed. Kirby floating out of bounds. Kirby again looking for that blast double. Turton ready for him that time. And again, Kirby stepping out of bounds. Kirby's going to have to be careful. Yeah, looks like he just collected a caution there for that. He's got to be aware of his surroundings there. He doesn't want to start picking up cautions when he's already ahead on points. Kirby looked like he was looking again for the blast double leg. Turton again ready for it. Got a 2-on-1 control from Turton here on the left arm of Kirby. We saw him attempt to throw a few seconds ago. Kirby again looking for the straight blast double, and again attempting again. He's going to have to try to use some different setups here for that now, because Turton seems to be wise to that blast double leg of his. Turton again going with the looking for 2-on-1 control. Russian tie. Oh, almost he lands the takedown off the Russian tie there for Turton. Kirby displaying also some really good defensive wrestling. Looks like he's going to get a second caution, which gives Turton a point now. So Kirby's going to have to be careful. That's probably going to be due to non-combativity. It's probably due to him disengaging without attempting a reversal or a counter. So that's something that he's got to be aware of. He's got to be aware of stepping out of bounds, and he's got to be aware of not following up with something once he releases a grip or breaks a grip. Turton now with a deep overhook here with a whizzer. Let's see what he can do with this. And Kirby brings him backwards. It looks like it's not going to count as a takedown, but it does put him in a favorable position. And they're going to be brought back to their feet again. Kirby doing a better job of circling away from the out-of-bounds area now. And time has expired. That's going to be a win for Travis Kirby. And Travis Kirby of Team USA picks up his first win of the day and moves forward in the 74-kilogram seniors division. We're now going to move right into the 82-kilogram senior division. This is going to be between Michael Kelly of Team USA and Cody Osborne of Team Canada. Let's introduce you guys to these two athletes.
My name is Michael Kelly, and I'm from Hebron, Illinois, and right now living in Grantsburg, Wisconsin. I've been wrestling around 40 years. Other styles that I practice is just regular jiu-jitsu, just any forms of grappling, beach grappling, every type of wrestling or grappling I've done. My top achievements that I'm really proud of, I won the Unified World Championships in 2013 in no-gi grappling in Russia. I won 7 UWW World medals from 2007 to 2018. Them are my two really big achievements. My favorite thing about combat wrestling is I can let people up if I don't want to ride on them and deal with guard, and then it's just, hey, they got to be able to take me down if they want their position, and I like that part of the sport.
I'm Cody Osborne. I'm from Maple Ridge, BC. I've been wrestling probably for about 8 years. I did jiu-jitsu probably for about 5 years when I was younger. I compete in wrestling at Simon Fraser University in Burnaby. I love the fact that you can mix it up between jiu-jitsu and wrestling. You know, as a wrestler, I always loved jiu-jitsu that I could just submit a guy, right? So as a wrestler, I always wanted to take it that one step further, right? If I'm on top of you, I want to finish the fight, right? So I love the fact that I can use my dominance in wrestling, but also combine it with jiu-jitsu with the submissions. So my favorite submission is the Kimura.
All right, we're set to go for our 82-kilogram division. Michael Kelly, a seasoned veteran. He's been wrestling for many years. He's won countless national grappling titles. Cody Osborne, wrestling for 8 years and also about 5 years of jiu-jitsu experience, so he's certainly no slouch. Looking to take on the wily veteran here in Michael Kelly. We saw Michael Kelly have a great best-of-3 series at the Nationals against Myron Crawford. A 19-year-old wrestler from this high school in St. Louis, Missouri. Myron Crawford won but was unable to compete today, and so Michael Kelly was gracious enough to come back out and represent for Team USA. Shot attempted by Michael Kelly. Good sprawl by Osborne. Osborne switches to the back now, trying to either take the back or get a rotation of Michael Kelly's position here to get some pinpoints. Start working from the top. Michael Kelly maintaining a strong turtle position. Michael Kelly, interesting usage of the hand there to block the heel of Osborne, interrupting him from putting in any hooks and getting positional points. Referee Vlad Kulikov starting them back in the center. And at this point, both wrestlers receiving caution. They're going to have to get a little active here. They're going to have to start trying to set up some shots at the very least to avoid getting an accumulation of cautions. Cody Osborne, a college wrestler out of Canada. Michael Kelly in on a single. Let's see if he can complete this. He's got a nice, that's a nice entry here. Let's see if he can close this out. Very nicely done. That's going to be a 1-point takedown for Michael Kelly. Cody Osborne responding with for a second I thought he was responding with a Kimura grip. Looks like he's no longer attempting that. It looks like he's trying to just scoot out and create some distance here. Attacking Kimura on the opposite side now. Michael Kelly maintaining a tight body lock here on the ground, looking to slowly inch his way past the guard. And Osborne now making some good leeway here. He's got to be careful not to cross his feet. But he's got a pretty decent angle here on the Kimura. Let's see if he can clear that potential triangle here as well. Let's see if he opts to go for a triangle. Looks like he's going to stay hard on the Kimura. Let's see whether or not he can make this work. If he can bridge off of his right foot, he may be able to tilt Kelly backwards and at least take a top position. Michael Kelly hanging on tight to his hands, using what looks like it could be a 3-finger grip. And we are back. He survives. Moving back forward, Osborne in with a shot. Nice sprawl from Michael Kelly. Again, another shot. Near takedown for Osborne. He almost had the leg there. He's still in on a single. Let's see whether or not he can complete this. It won't score as a takedown because there's no continuous motion, but he could end up in a favorable position. See if he can drive this knee to the inside. Not quite. Michael Kelly maintaining a good base. Osborne now looking to take the back here for some points. Trying to force the heels in. Michael Kelly doing a good job of keeping the knee and elbow door shut to avoid that position from scoring. And that's going to be another that's going to be another caution for Michael Kelly, and that's going to give Osborne a point. So they are now tied on the board 1-1 with just a few seconds left in the match. This is down to the wire here. And time expires with a score of 1-1, and that is going to be a victory for Cody Osborne because Michael Kelly had 2 cautions while Osborne only had 1. Looks like referee Vlad Kulikov is going to verify with the table. We should have a decision here momentarily. And Cody Osborne picks up a win for Team Canada. Great submission attempts from Cody Osborne. And great topside control from the back. We're now going to move forward into the 90 kilogram senior division. We've got Nico Koliastasis of Team USA taking on Taichi Sasaki from Team Japan. We'll go ahead and take a moment to introduce you to these two athletes.
My name's Nico Koliastasis. I'm from Fort Smith, Arkansas with Championship MMA. This is my third year to win the world title. I wrestled through college, and I mean that's my foundation. BJJ, catch wrestling, freestyle, you know, is a mix of your throws and everything else, but basically wrestling foremost, BJJ, and then catch wrestling the last 5-6 years. It's the hybrid of everything, right? One thing, it really caters, because I'm a wrestler, I'm biased, so the rules are pretty awesome for a wrestler, especially when it comes to grinding and taking advantage of the rule sets. It works in our favor, you know, so get out there, grind, don't rest. And if you just come forward and you work hard and you grind and you're solid on your takedowns, you're solid on your pins, I mean, you can be pretty successful in here. But with that said, you have a lot of amazing judo, a lot of amazing jits, so it's easier said than done, because there's some studs that pull some pretty amazing. My favorite thing about combat wrestling is the hybrid of so many different arts coming together, and you get to see some amazing things. It's not just one-dimensional out here.
My name is Taichi Sasaki. I'm from Japan. I've been playing wrestling for 7 years. Yeah, my style is judo style. I studied combat wrestling from 2012. I like combat wrestling because I can play with so many different players, like judo style or jujutsu style, or, you know, something like that. So.
All right, we're ready for our first 90 kilogram match of the day. This is going to be between Nico Koliastasis of Team USA, Taichi Sasaki of Team Japan. Nico Koliastasis showed a dominant performance at the Nationals back in July to get on Team USA. Submission wins all the way through. Sasaki, an impressive resume of his own, avid judoka and wrestler from Japan. Nico with a snap down. No points for the takedown since it landed on the hands and knees, but he is taking advantage of the ground position here now. Looking for a pass. Looks like he's back out to the outside. Sasaki trying to belly down to avoid getting rotated. Gives up the back, though. And Nico Koliastasis is now on the board for positional points for the back mount. He's got an inside tie on the wrist. Now he's working up towards a choke. Sasaki's in a bad spot here. He's going to have to really start working to improve this position. Towards his knees now. Koliastasis under the armpits, flattens him out. And that is going to be a choke finish for Koliastasis. Koliastasis within less than a minute, I think that was, with his first submission of the day. And Nico Koliastasis will move forward in the 90 kilogram division. And we are going to stay with the 90 kilogram seniors men division. We're going to move forward with a match between Joshua Hightower of Team USA and James Willis of Team Canada. Let's take a moment to meet these guys.
My name is Joshua Hightower from Searcy, Arkansas. I have been wrestling for about 30 years. I generally practice strictly catch wrestling, and I do some jiu-jitsu, but mainly catch wrestling. My favorite thing about combat wrestling is the impotence on takedowns. I think people are going to see me trying to push the action and give a good, clean takedown in every match.
I'm James Willis from Victoria, BC, Canada. I've been wrestling for about 15 years. I do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I used to compete more often. Lately, I'm just getting back into it. Favorite thing about combat wrestling is blending of styles. A bunch of different people from all over the world coming together. I'm looking forward to getting on that podium.
Joshua Hightower of Team USA making his way to the mat now. Hightower, a United States Army veteran and an avid catch wrestler, as well as a no-gi jiu-jitsu practitioner. Although recently he has expressed interest in getting involved in some gi jiu-jitsu competitions. Always cool to see guys branching out into various rule sets and styles. James Willis, 15 years experience in wrestling and also a avid jiu-jitsu practitioner. Should be an interesting matchup between these guys. They both have a similar grappling background. Hightower looking for the Russian tie early on, and James Willis just turns that Russian tie into a front choke. That was a really nice setup. Hard to tell what kind of trouble Hightower's in here. Looks like he was able to keep his hands on the inside to prevent the pressure from coming in on the throat. Great outside trip there by Hightower. Hightower 4 points on the board early on. And no rush here either. Holding position nice and tight. Wise move by him to stack some pinpoints. Oh, and he times the transition to mount really well. So he's going to get a positional point for the mount. And if he can maintain this pin for 30 seconds, he'll get 4 points additionally for the pinpoints. Willis looks like he uses an earthquake escape there from the bottom. Throwing an armbar now. The elbow looks a little shallow. And Hightower is out of that now. Sitting back on a straight ankle lock. Willis turns out of bounds, so they're going to get restarted to the center. During that scramble, Hightower picked up an extra point that was delayed for the transition to mount after the outside trip takedown. So Hightower is up 5 points early on in this match. Willis, I think, was attempting an Imanari roll there, but Hightower dropped levels and closed out the space that Willis would have needed to rotate underneath in order to complete that. Willis now looking for a potential guillotine choke here. He's going to have to scoot himself away a little bit to get the elbow under the chin like he'll need. Using the open guard here, and Hightower sitting back on a straight ankle lock. Willis trying to use a running man escape here, rotates to the outside, can't quite free himself, and Hightower gets the submission with a straight ankle lock. Nicely done. Way to stay with that. Excellent performance by Josh Hightower, picking up his first win of the day, a submission victory, and he is going to move forward in the 90-kilogram division. All right, we're going to move now into our 100-kilogram division. This is going to be Team USA's Matt Paul against Matt Kaiser. Matt Kaiser, actually the coach of Team Canada. Let's take a moment to introduce you to these two athletes.
My name is Matt Paul. I'm from Chicago, Illinois. I've been wrestling for 14 years, 4 years high school, and the rest have been out. I currently train Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, professional MMA fighter. I've been fighting MMA for 10 years. I'm 3-2 as a pro, went 16-1 as an amateur. I had belts at 205 and 185. Now I'm here throwing people. My favorite thing about combat wrestling is the takedown aspect. I like focusing on the takedown rather than just the ground. It's not a lot of corporations or anybody does this. I was pretty happy with my performance besides going for a ride, so I'm hoping to return the favor here. I'm real confident going in. You know, it's another match, another guy. I really feel like he wants to tie up, so we'll just see kind of game time decision if we're going to tie up or not.
My name is Matt Kaiser. I'm from Victoria, British Columbia, Canada, and I'm the coach of Team Canada. I've been wrestling for maybe 5 years, but I've been doing jiu-jitsu for 13. I love the versatility of the sport. I love that you get to work your wrestling. In jiu-jitsu, I think that's something that's kind of been falling by the wayside, and I think that's a very important thing to developing a true, effective Brazilian jiu-jitsu game. What people can expect to see from me, I'm coming in this last minute. I've decided to do this on 3 hours notice. I'm very confident in my skills. I've been doing this, I've been competing for a decade, so people can expect to see a very submission-heavy game. And I've been working on my wrestling, so hopefully I can get to show that as well.
All right, we're set to go for this match. Matt Kaiser, the coach of Team Canada, joining the event today on 3 hours notice. We definitely appreciate him getting out here and showing what he can do. Matt Paul had a outstanding performance at the Nationals back in July, displayed some great submission abilities. Both these guys, jiu-jitsu practitioners. Matt Paul out of 10th Planet, Chicago. Matt Kaiser, 13 years of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu experience. Kaiser's also been wrestling for 5 years. Matt Paul, a MMA fighter as well, professional MMA fighter. He's a veteran of Bellator. So 2 very game opponents here. Matt Paul trying to keep Kaiser on his heels. Kaiser circling. Matt Paul displayed some really good guillotine abilities in his Nationals campaign back in July. He had several submission wins on that day. Now Matt Kaiser picking up a caution. This is going to be for non-combativity. It's a result of him backing up and also moving closer to the out-of-bounds area. So he's going to have to be aware of that. It's easier said than done when you have a guy like Matt Paul who's aggressively moving forward like this, but Kaiser's just going to have to be a little mindful, try to circle away rather than backing up. Kaiser attempting to pull the guard there. Matt Paul was ready for it. Kaiser now moving to the butterfly guard. He's got double underhooks here. He's going to try to elevate him for a sweep. Close. Good try, but Matt Paul using his hips to get around the angle there, and now puts himself in side mount. Looks like he's trying to set up a Kimura trap. Hard to see from my vantage point here, but yes, looks like he is setting up a Kimura trap. Now referee Vlad Kulikov with his hand signal is signifying that he is currently collecting pinpoints. So Matt Paul might just want to hang out here for a little bit to collect these points. They become very valuable as the match goes on. Kaiser trying to recompose guard. Kaiser using what looks like a palm-to-palm grip to keep the hands from separating to defend that Kimura. Matt Paul has collected his pinpoints for this match. 4 points up on the board. Kaiser throwing an armbar, but it looks like the elbow's a little shallow. Yeah, so he's going to be able to escape that. Kaiser following up with the heel. Matt Paul's knee line is his knee is pretty clear from the danger zone, but Kaiser is trying to pull him in deeper for a better bite on the leg. Paul able to excavate the leg. Nice transition, good chaining of attacks by Matt Kaiser. Matt Paul just recently moving his camp out to Denver, leaving his hometown of Chicago, Illinois, not too far from here. And now living out in Denver. Paul attempting a foot sweep. Kaiser able to maintain his composure. And Kaiser looked like possibly an Imanari roll attempt. Matt Paul was able to stay active on his feet and avoid that. Kaiser looks like he might be looking for a guillotine. His legs are on the inside, though, so that's going to be a little difficult to set up from here. And Matt Paul posts the hand, blocks off the hips, and passes around to side control. Matt Paul may be attempting a Von Flue choke here. It looks like he's using that crossface with the left shoulder. He looks like he's feeding the shoulder down into the neck of Kaiser. This is a very slick, sneaky attack that can catch guys off guard sometimes. Looks like Kaiser now using the right hand to cup over the shoulder to alleviate some of that pressure. His elbows down tight to his obliques, keeping a nice bite on the shoulder to prevent it from driving too deep into the neck. It's good defense displayed there by Kaiser. Paul now transitioning to north-south. Might be looking for that Kimura setup that he likes. Kaiser looks like he's keeping a tight grip over the top of the head. He might try to use this to roll him, but unfortunately doesn't have the leverage here. Matt Paul clears his head, and now looks like he may be trying to isolate an arm for a potential Americana attack. This could also turn into a Kimura or a violin armbar, depending on what Kaiser does with his arm. And just as he's attempting to transition to mount, the time expires. So this is going to be a victory for Matt Paul. Great display of grappling by both of these guys, and big props to Matt Kaiser for jumping in last minute. Matt Paul is going to move forward in the 100 kilogram division, and he will take on Dave Hart in the next round. Next up, coming to the mats, we're going to move into the 100-plus kilogram division. We've got Team USA's Eric Hubner making his way to the mat now. Eric Hubner showed a dominant performance at the Nationals, being a USA Combat Wrestling National Champion. He's taking on Preslav Kulikov, a.k.a. the Bulgarian Bear. Let's take a moment to introduce you to these two athletes.
My name's Eric Hubner from Bethalto, Illinois. I won the Nationals for combat wrestling at plus 100 kilos. My favorite thing about combat wrestling is the rule set, the non-stop action, making you compete the whole 5 minutes. I'm looking forward to compete against both guys today. Keith Steinecker, who I had in the finals at Nationals, good guy, tough guy, and obviously the Bulgarian in our bracket. He's a multiple-time world champ, and looking forward to see how I do against him.
My name is Preslav Kulikov, called Bulgarian Bear. I'm from Bulgaria. I've been wrestling. I started to wrestle at the age of 15 till now. I do a lot of combat sports like MMA, combat sambo, grappling, and combat wrestling. My favorite, it's that you have to be complete fighter, not just to ground and standing. You gotta do it both, and you can show your takedowns, you can show your throwing, you can show your grappling game. The people expect from me to gold medals in heavyweight and absolute division.
All right, we're ready to go here. Referee Masa Yoshizawa getting these guys set to the center. Eric Hubner, longtime, lifelong wrestler, showed, again, a great display of abilities at the Nationals, winning himself a gold medal and earning his way to this event today. Preslav Kulikov, a.k.a. the Bulgarian Bear, very active on the European circuit, multiple-time champion in several different events, lifelong grappler as well. This should be a great match. Two very big guys here. Eric Hubner, in his Nationals performance, displayed a couple of really interesting things that he brings to the table. Number one, he has a great snap down that he uses to get the action to the ground, and he usually sets it up by having a very strong forward-leaning base, as you see him using here. He gets guys to push into him, and then he snaps them down to get them to the ground, and he displayed the ability to do this just like that on cue. Front headlock now, they're moving out of bounds. Eric Hubner displayed that ability to do this against guys even bigger than him at the Nationals, so it's really interesting. He has a very strong low center of gravity that makes guys really have to push into him, which allows him to set up takedowns. He's looking now for a body fold, has a body lock, couldn't quite get it. They're moving out of bounds again. These guys fighting for grips. Eric Hubner tying up, nice single leg attempt. Let's see if he can finish this. He tries to feed out to the double leg, but Preslav Kulikov keeps the posture upright and prevents him from being able to get to that secondary leg to attempt the double. Kulikov picking up a caution at this point. That's going to be for fleeing to the out of bounds a few times in a row. So Kulikov is going to have to be aware of where he's going on the mat to prevent stacking up cautions and giving away points to Hubner. Kulikov, the head of a security agency in Bulgaria. He has worked personal security for people like Snoop Dogg and Lil Wayne and many other celebrities as they come through Europe. Very respected tactical security officer and owner of the security firm that he runs over in Bulgaria. Definitely a tough individual. Kulikov looking to isolate a wrist here. Hubner swimming, pummeling the hand well to avoid giving Kulikov the control of that hand. Hubner looking for that timing on the snap down, trying to get Kulikov to push into his heavy base and then pull the table out from underneath him with a snap down. Kulikov looks like he's starting to get a little wise to it. He's not pushing in quite as confidently as he was before. That's probably going to be wise because I think he's recognizing that Hubner likes people to push into him to walk into that snap down. Hubner also has some great shots, though, as we've seen. He has all kinds of great ways he creates angles and arm drags and everything else, so he is definitely able to mix it up here if his preferred snap downs aren't working. And the snap down, again, works perfectly. Kulikov moves in on a shot. Hubner times it perfectly, snaps him down, and now we are in a rear mount position here. Rear turtle, rather. Kulikov keeping a base. Hubner has his hooks in, and he is going to get some points on the board for the position. Looks like he's attacking for a choke. Hard to see from our angle how deep this is. It looks like he is underneath the chin. He's attacking for the rear naked choke. And Kulikov frees himself from that choke now. He's standing up in 4-point base. And chucks Hubner right off him. So we're going to start back in the center here. That is a lot of weight to just chuck off like that. That's pretty impressive. Strong guys here, these two. Snap down from Kulikov now. Moving out of bounds. And that looks like it's going to be a caution for Hubner now. So both these guys are even on cautions. They're going to have to be careful because the next caution is going to award their opponent a point, which in a match like this is they can't give up an inch. These guys, these big guys, once one's ahead, it can be real hard to come back. There's not as many scrambles and quick flurries like we see in the smaller divisions. This is more of a slower grind kind of matchup here. So every inch counts. Hubner feeding to the underhook. Preslov trying to use that overhook for a self-sacrifice throw. Hubner's arm slips, and he is once again now in the rear turtle position, moving off to the side a little bit here. He's already gotten the points that he's able to get for back mount in this match, but he can certainly use this to transition to other places to accumulate pin points. And looks like that is actually going to be the end of the match, so Hubner is going to walk away with the win, 1-0. Great match by both of these guys. Hubner moves forward in the 100-plus kilogram division and is one step closer to World Championship gold. All right, we're moving back now to the women's division. This is a 64-kilogram division. Hedrick, Team USA, Horn representing Team Canada. So far, these ladies are 1-0 with Horn ahead by 1 victory. So if she wins this match, she gets gold. She will become a Combat Wrestling World Champion. Nice sprawl by Selena Horn, taking top position early. Setting up a side mount here. As soon as she is able to establish pin position, she will start accumulating points, although she's going to have to free that left leg, which she is attempting to do now with that right heel. Hedrick keeping tight on that quarter guard position. The legs have to be cleared in order to accumulate pinning points. Now Selena looks, well, she was almost in the mount position. Hedrick doing a really good job of maintaining a bite on the legs, but now Horn has worked all the way around, and the pin position is null because Hendrick is wisely keeping a 90-degree angle with her shoulders. Selena looks like she's trying to force her to her back. Now maybe setting up a guillotine with this front headlock. Cupping the leg. Great transition there from Selena Horn. And this is now going to be qualified as a pin position. So she can hang out here for 30 seconds. She'll pick up 4 points. Transitions to mount, but Hendrick keeps the knee inside. Selena pushes with the left hand to clear that knee, and now she is collecting pin points. Horn is also going to get a positional point for the mount. So she may be 5 points up on the board here if she can maintain this position. She looks like she's also transitioning the arm across for a arm triangle attempt here. So there is a submission attempt going on. Looks like it's cleared now. Regardless, she is still stacking pin points. Hedrick trying to move to 90-degree angle. Selena Horn setting up an Americana. Key lock for you wrestling folks. See whether or not she can get the leverage that she needs to finish this submission. Hedrick doing a really good job of keeping off the flat of her back and turning to that 90-degree angle to kill the pin attempt. And it looks like Shalina Horn has not picked up any pinpoints yet. So I believe that Hedrick has made progress here with keeping her shoulders to the side to avoid being flat on the back and giving up any pinpoints. Shalina Horn moving towards a potential north-south choke here. Let's see what she does with this. Using that left arm to keep the left elbow of Hedrick cleared to the other side. So this is going to be an arm-in north-south choke. Very similar to an arm triangle as far as the choking mechanics go. She's now got a bite on the bicep with her right hand. Looks like she might be opting to go over to mount now. She has the knee on the belly for a second there. Shalina Horn doing a really good job of transitioning and keeping her opponent guessing. We're going to take a timeout here for a moment as the referee talks with the judges' table. Shalina Horn so far showing a really great performance here, chaining attacks really well, controlling positions and winning scrambles. Hedrick doing a good job defensively as far as preventing any pinpoints from being accumulated against her. Nice sprawl by Hedrick. Single leg attempt from Hedrick. Horn sprawls and has a front headlock now, using again control around that back leg to complete the takedown. She rolls her back to her side again. Horn looks like she has a chin strap on. May use this to set up a wide variety of chokes that exist from this position. Now opting to go after an arm, looking to maybe set up an Americana. Hedrick trying to feed over to that leg to get back in quarter guard, but Shalina Horn doing a good job of staying active with her hips and moving them counterclockwise away from that. Shalina looks like she's going to inch her way into a north-south choke again here with the arm in. Hedrick working hard to bridge, trying very hard to keep her flat of her back off the ground, but only her hips are moving. Her shoulders were still pinned. She's going to have to get a full 90-degree rotation with her body to kill the pinpoints from accumulating. Right now, Shalina Horn is stacking pinpoints as referee Masa Yoshizawa is showing there with his hand signal. And Shalina Horn is just a few seconds away from collecting pinpoints. Moves across now. Shalina Horn does pick up the pinpoints. She's 5 ahead now, and she is now sinking in deep to an arm triangle choke. Let's see whether or not she has the angle and the leverage that she needs to complete this choke. Walking away from the hips to tighten it. Hedrick hanging on tight, trying to use a palm-to-palm grip to make a frame to alleviate some of the pressure off the neck, but this looks pretty deep. And time expires. Great match by both these ladies. Shalina Horn becomes a Combat Wrestling World Champion. Big win for Team Canada. Excellent performance. All right, we're going to move forward now into the men's division. We're at the 62-kilogram division. We're going back now again to Caldwell versus Malinowski. These guys had a great match earlier today. Looking forward to seeing the follow-up here. Malinowski representing Team Canada. Caldwell representing Team USA. Both these guys showed some great submission chains and some great takedown attempts and some really exciting scrambles in their last match. So this should be yet another good match in today's event. Caldwell looking for a shot early, threatening with a foot sweep. Trying to pummel for inside control. Malinowski doing a good job of fighting for underhooks here and preventing any shots from completing. And Mike Caldwell in on a nice single here. Good defense there by Malinowski. Malinowski going for a shot of his own, and they are out of bounds. And a guard pull from Malinowski, maybe a possible armbar attempt. Looking for an omoplata now. hooking the leg of Caldwell. Caldwell starting to make progress getting his elbow free, and there it is. Following up with a potential guillotine attack here. Malinowski with a takedown. That's going to be a 2-point score. And Caldwell threatening with a choke from the bottom, or a chin strap rather from the bottom, trying to roll him over. Malinowski doing a good job maintaining his base. And now Malinowski is ahead, 2 points on the board. We'll look for Caldwell to really turn it up here to start closing out some of that distance on the scoreboard. Caldwell has displayed some great takedowns both today and at the Nationals in July. Lifelong wrestler, longtime practitioner of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu as well. Malinowski, also a Jiu-Jitsu practitioner. Caldwell weighing heavy on the head of Malinowski here. Possibly trying to look for a snap-down attempt. And another quick guard pull and an armbar attempt. Now he might be transitioning to a triangle here. Great timing on that by Malinowski. Malinowski grabbing the shin, feeding down to tighten up the triangle. He could go for either an armbar or a choke at this point. And that's going to be a submission victory for Malinowski. Excellent job. Dylan Malinowski with a quick guard pull and a transition into the triangle, and then opts to use the armbar variation from there to pick up a win of the day. So these guys are even now. They will come back for a third in just a little bit to break that tie. We're going to move forward now into the 68 kilogram division. This is going to be between Daniel Rodriguez and Devin Whitehead. Daniel Rodriguez ahead by 1 victory so far. These are the only 2 in the division, so Rodriguez needs just a repeat performance, and he will become a Combat Wrestling World Champion. Whitehead needs to win twice in a row here. He needs to win this match plus 1 more. Rodriguez with a quick double leg, beautifully executed by Rodriguez. That's going to be a 4-point takedown. He's now working to pass the guard. Whitehead trying to use half guard here to transition himself back to a more favorable position. Rodriguez sinking in a guillotine. Rodriguez has some very, very dangerous guillotine attacks, which he showed at the Nationals. It's a submission he's very comfortable with. Now looking for a Darce choke here. And that's going to be a submission with a Darce choke for Daniel Rodriguez. Daniel Rodriguez becomes a Combat Wrestling World Champion. Huge congratulations to him. Does a really good job with the hybrid style of jiu-jitsu coupled with wrestling. Big congratulations to Daniel Rodriguez. We're now going to move back to the 74 kilogram division. We've got a matchup between Blair Turton of Team Canada and Hideki Saito of Team Japan. These guys are both competing for the bronze medal today in this division. Winner will take home bronze. Both these guys, longtime wrestlers. Saito, in particular, has spent many, many, many years wrestling and practicing judo. Blair Turton, a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. And Saito attempting a shoulder throw there, but doesn't quite complete it. They fall out of bounds. Turton able to use some good defensive wrestling there to prevent the throw. And we're going to have a caution for Saito at this point. So, one more for Saito, and Turton will be awarded points as the cautions accumulate, so he's got to be careful. Nice sprawl and front headlock from Turton. Turton may be looking for a Peruvian necktie possibly here. He's got a good hand positioning for that option. Saito trying to feed through to a leg to try to complete a transition to the top here. Saito Turton may also be setting up a crucifix. Let's see what he does with this. He's got the right arm of Saito tied up in the legs. And he's actually going to opt to go to a Kimura trap, and he's going to use that to take the back. Nice transition there. Really slick transition. Turton now collecting points for the back mount. He's 1 point ahead on the board with a caution against Saito. Turton may look to flatten out his opponent here and look for a choke. Looks like he's got deep control under the armpits. 2 hooks in. Saito maintaining a decent base. He's going to have to start working to untangle the legs here. Turton now advancing up towards the head here. He's going to use this to set up either a Kimura or an armbar. And Saito responds with a toe hold. Great response there to that position. Now Turton trying to control the body here to prevent Saito from completing that motion. Good escape there by Turton. A great option there by Saito. That was a very slick response to that position. These guys going to get restarted to the center here. Referee Vlad Kulikov taking a moment to talk to the judges' table. And Saito again looking for that shoulder throw. Doesn't quite have the control he needs, and he just picked up a second caution, so that's going to give a point to Blair Turton. So Turton is now 2 points ahead with a little bit of time left on the clock. Saito's going to need to land either a 4-point takedown or start accumulating some smaller accomplishments to stack up smaller amounts of points in order to pass up Turton. Of course, a submission victory also closes out everything, so Saito's going to have to get to work here. Saito again looking for that shoulder throw. Blair again defending it. Blair applying a seatbelt control here. Or attempting to anyways. Looks like Saito has control, 2-on-1 control on Blair's left wrist. Blair now freeing his hands, using an inside tie with that left hand on the arm of Saito. He might use that to isolate one of the arms. Blair now feeding up to a choke, it looks like. Nope, maybe not. Saito is still controlling the wrist to prevent any choke from sinking in. These guys are going to get reset to the center now. And Saito falling out of bounds. That for sure is going to get him a caution. Yeah, so that's going to be a third caution for Saito now, putting Turton up 4-0 with very short time left in the match. Blair pretty much just has to coast here, and he will move forward towards his journey towards the silver medal. And that's going to be time. Blair Turton picks up a win over Team Japan's Saito and moves forward in the 74 kilogram division. We're now going to return to the 82 kilogram division. We have a second matchup between Michael Kelly and Cody Osborne. Michael Kelly representing Team USA, Cody Osborne of Team Canada. Cody Osborne so far ahead by 1 victory. If he wins this match, he becomes a Combat Wrestling World Champion. Michael Kelly will need to win this match plus 1 more in order to get gold. Michael Kelly using lots of feints. Shoots him. Osborne uses a nice sprawl. taking the side turtle position here, using a half Nelson to try to control the posture of Kelly, sinking in one hook, trying to fight for the second hook. No takedown of points awarded there by referee Vlad Kulikov. That's what that motion was indicating. And couldn't quite get the second hook in for the positional point. So we're going to get reset to the center. Michael Kelly, a long-time grappling practitioner, national champion, multiple-time national grappling champion. Osborne in on a single leg here. Let's see whether or not he can finish this. Michael Kelly has displayed throughout his campaign at the Nationals and at the Worlds here a really solid defensive wrestling ability. He's not an easy guy to take down, and he displays that once again here, defending that single leg attempt from Cody Osborne. Kelly now attempting a little arm drag there. Doesn't quite have the control he needed. Looking for a snap down. Both these guys getting cautions now for non-combativity. Osborne looking for a single leg attempt again there, but Michael Kelly aware of that. Shooting in for a single of his own now as a follow-up, and that's going to be a 1-point takedown. Michael Kelly with a point on the board for the single leg takedown that landed Osborne to his butt. This guy's inching closer to the out-of-bounds line. They're going to have to be careful because they both have cautions. So if referee Vlad Kulikov perceives that one person is floating out of bounds continuously, he's going to pick up another caution. Cody Osborne in on a single leg here. Let's see if he can complete this. Michael Kelly responding with a front headlock attempt there. or Osborne rather, shucks him to the ground. There is going to be no takedown points scored for that because he landed to his hands and knees. But regardless, Osborne is in a position here to start collecting points via a back mount, or if he can put Kelly on his back, he can start accumulating pin points. Let's see which option he goes for. Looks like he's going to try to take the back. If he can get that second hook in, he'll start collecting points. He's now just going to attack the neck, so let's see whether or not, it's hard to tell from our vantage point here how deep the choke is. Looks like Kelly was able to defend it. Osborne again with another shot, trying to complete a double leg, and Michael Kelly bails to his stomach to avoid the takedown from completing. And Michael Kelly now collecting a caution of his own. This is going to be a even score now. That's going to be for non-combativity. So Kelly and Osborne 1-1 right now on the scoreboard. Michael Kelly with 2 cautions. So should the scoreboard remain the same as time expires, Cody Osborne will pick up the second victory of the day and earn himself a gold medal. Osborne continuing to fight for a choke here. Doesn't quite have the angle he needs to sink the arm in. Michael Kelly keeping a strong base, and these guys are going to get moved back to the center now. Kelly's got to get to work here because he is behind on a caution. Osborne staying aggressive on the top position here, transitioning from back to side, trying to roll Kelly on his back to accumulate some pinpoints maybe. Time is really short, so all Osborne has to do really is just ride this out. And time expires. Cody Osborne picks up a gold medal at the 2018 Combat Wrestling Worlds. Cody Osborne earning a gold medal for Team Canada. Great performance by both these guys. Congratulations to Cody Osborne. We're going to move now to the 90 kilogram division. This is going to be a bronze medal match between Team Japan's Taichi Sasaki and Canada's James Willis. Sasaki, a lifetime practitioner of judo, making his way to the mat now. James Willis of Team Canada, a jiu-jitsu practitioner and wrestler. Both of these guys have had some hard-fought matches today. Again, the winner of this match will take home a bronze medal. Referee Vlad Kulikov getting these guys set to go. And we're underway. Sasaki representing Japan, Willis representing Team Canada. Willis doing a good job controlling the wrists here, getting an underhook. Nice trip there by Willis. They went out of bounds, but I don't believe that's going to be a score for a takedown. Good attempt though by Willis. Willis again using good wrist control here. Sasaki falling backwards there just a tad. Willis moving to mount, but again they're out of bounds, so they will start in the center. Sasaki moving. And that actually is going to be a 1-point takedown for Willis. Excellently done. He's going to now establish back control to try to get his positional points. He's got to get that left hook in order to start collecting the point. And there he has it. So that's going to be a point for back control. So Willis is now up 2-0. Willis controlling this back mount position well. Advancing up towards an armbar. He's got him in the spiderweb control. Sasaki fighting hard to keep his hands together. Willis digging in deep with the bicep to separate the hands. And they come apart, and that is it. That is a submission victory for James Willis. James Willis picks up a bronze medal for Team Canada. Let's take a look at this again. Here we see the outside trip that Willis used initially. Gets points on the board for that. He now advances up to the back mount, patiently controlling the position. Here we see him get the second hook in. That's what gets him points on the board for the back mount control. He keeps a good bite with the right arm underneath the chin of Sasaki. Sasaki defends the choke well, so Willis advances up to a spiderweb position, attacking the armbar. Sasaki has palm-to-palm grip to defend. Willis digs the right arm in deep to get a nice good bite on the left wrist of Sasaki. Drops his weight down towards the right shoulder, and it is just too much weight for Sasaki's hands to carry. The hands come apart, and he wins via an armbar finish. James Willis of Team Canada is your bronze medalist for the 90 kilogram division. We see Willis celebrating with his coach, Matt Kaiser. Another great performance by Team Canada. We move now to the 100 kilogram division. This is the gold medal match in this division between Matt Paul and Dave Hart. These guys had an epic match against each other at the Nationals back in July. This will be Dave Hart's first match of the day. He had the bye today. Let's take a moment to introduce you to Dave Hart.
I'm Dave Hart. I'm from Colorado Springs. I've been wrestling about 20 years. My last experience at the Nationals was my first my first competition back since I wrestled in college. About almost a 20-year layoff. And I gassed out. I feel like I had my old skills were not quite there, but you know, I enjoyed it. My training environment, I train in Colorado Springs at 719. I have Anthony Pastorella is one of my main training partners. Gabe Boperthy, he's a monster. He's my other training partner. And then everybody else in there is tough. I mean, there's nobody weak in that place. I'm going to show them a lot of improvement this time. You know, I have a little bit better gas tank, and you know, I think it's going to be a closer matchup.
All right, we are set to go here for the gold medal match of the 100 kilogram division. Dave Hart and Matt Paul, both representing Team USA. Dave Hart out of Colorado, and Matt Paul now also out of Colorado. Matt Paul is from Chicago and just recently moved out to Denver. These guys, as I mentioned earlier, had an epic match against each other at the Nationals. Dave Hart had a huge 4-point throw. I think it was the throw of the event at the Nationals on Matt Paul. Matt Paul looking to get a little bit of redemption for that, even though he did win their last match after he was thrown. Hart coming in aggressively here. Matt Paul, a difficult guy to move around. He stands his ground very well. Very hard to get him to. It's very hard to manipulate his base and his movements. Matt Paul threatening to drop levels. Dave Hart has said that he's been working really hard on his conditioning. He expects to be able to display that today in this match. And Matt Paul now being issued a caution. I believe that's going to be for tying up but not following up with any attempts on a takedown. So these guys are going to have to always be mindful of the cautions. Got to stay active. At the Nationals, Hart displayed a proficiency for getting overhooks in most of the takedowns that he set up, including that big overhead throw that he landed on Matt Paul. Seems to like to get in tight, bite with the overhooks, and take guys for a ride. Paul with a nice shot here. Let's see if he can complete this, and he does. That is a 4-point takedown directly to the back with a double leg. So Matt Paul now is ahead 4 points. He's going to get positional points here for the back mount if he can keep his hooks in. Dave Hart blocking off the second hook, but in doing so sets himself up for an arm bar, and now Matt Paul has a spiderweb grip. Let's see whether or not he can complete this by separating the hands of Dave. If Hart can stack him up and pin the position, basically, they will get stood back up. Looks like none of that's necessary, though, as Dave Hart has escaped the position. He's controlling the right arm of Matt Paul with his left hand, which is preventing Paul from being able to get the desired bite on the arm to complete this, to separate the hands and turn the angle that more importantly, he can't turn the angle that he needs to complete this. Matt Paul may look for a sweep here. Let's see what he does. Now attacking the other side. Great follow-up by Matt Paul. Dave Hart standing in base. That is a deep armbar. If his hands get separated, this will be a lot of trouble for Dave Hart. And he kills the position. He stands in place and he kills the position. They're now going to get reset to the center. Matt Paul up 4 points. Dave Hart needs a big throw to tie things up here, or just a solid takedown to the back. Shoots in. Matt Paul sprawls. Matt Paul switching to the back. He hasn't collected back points yet, so if he puts hooks in, he will get awarded positional points. Looks like he is opting instead to go for a choke. This could be a Peruvian necktie or a guillotine. Looks like he's opting to go for the guillotine. That is really deep, and he gets the submission win. Matt Paul becomes a Combat Wrestling World Champion. Let's take a look at some of these setups again. Here we see these guys fighting for position. Matt Paul drops levels, shoots in on the double leg, drives forward, keeps the momentum going, and gets a 4-point score on the board. Works his way up towards the back here. This is where he begins advancing towards that armbar. Dave Hart puts his right hand down to block off the right hook to prevent getting scored on for position, but in doing so leaves his left arm wide open for attack. Matt Paul recognizes that, bites around the head real tight, and tries to get rotation all the way through to this spiderweb position that we see here. Dave Hart, a really strong guy, keeps his hands together and is able to drive the momentum forward and prevent that. He comes in after that with a shot. Matt Paul sprawls, takes the back. As I mentioned before, he could have opted to take the back and get some points, but he instead just decided to go right for the kill. Starts setting up his guillotine position here. Rotates all the way through, gets a nice bite around the back with the left leg, and that was very deep. Nowhere to go for Dave Hart. Great performance by both these guys. And Matt Paul is your 2018 Combat Wrestling Worlds Champion at the 100 kilogram division. Look forward to seeing more from both of these guys in the future. We're now going to move right in to the 100-plus kilogram division. We've got Eric Hubner returning to the mats again. This is going to be against, this is still a round robin. So these guys are, this is the second time today that Hubner and Kulikov have gone against each other. Winner here will face Keith Steinacher in the gold medal match of this division. Hubner shucking Kulikov off of the head tie there. Kulikov controlling the wrist. Hubner now has a nice deep overhook on the left arm of Kulikov. And Kulikov attempting to drive Hubner out of bounds. Hubner cuts the corner and whips him over, throwing him out of bounds. That'll be something they'll have to be careful of. If you intentionally push your opponent out of bounds, it is considered non-combativity, and cautions can be awarded, or rather, not awarded, but given out. Both these guys tying off. Kulikov, you can tell, is not driving into the base of Hubner as he was in their first match. We saw him make that adjustment midway through the last match between these guys. Hubner loves having guys drive into that strong base of his so that he can then drop everything out from underneath them by snapping them down and pulling backwards. Hubner in on a single. Let's see if he can complete this. This will not be a takedown anymore at this point because it's not continuous motion, but he can certainly transition to other positions from here and start working for pinpoints or submissions or positional points. Referee Vlad Kulikov going to stand them up to the center. Both the Bulgarian Bear and our referee today have the same last name, just spelled differently. Hubner in on a single here. Kulikov responding with a shoulder grip. That could potentially turn into a Kimura trap if Hubner's not careful. Hubner driving, trying to get those legs together, and he does. He takes him down outside, but it's not going to score. Wow, the USA coaches are not happy about that. Hubner arguing that just a little bit, so is his corner. And Hubner with a nice shuck to the side. He's got an outside control now. Let's see if he can finish this by creating a takedown opportunity or just a transition to a dominant position. He's going to come down on the ankle. Beautifully done. That is going to be a 1-point score for Hubner. They're going to get reset to the center. Time is getting short here, so Kulikov is going to have to really step it up and try to get some points on the board. We'll look to see him come alive here in the final seconds of this match. Hubner is in a position where he can just coast through and use his defensive wrestling to prevent any scoring to be done against him. Bulgarian corner speaking rather frantically to the Bulgarian Bear to let him know that time is very short now. Hubner with a front headlock and a sprawl. Switching to the back now. If Kulikov can't put something together in these final seconds, he's going for a Kimura trap. If he can't put something together in these final seconds, he will go home with bronze today. And that is time. Eric Hubner is going to move forward and face Keith Steinacher for gold. The Bulgarian Bear takes home bronze. Eric Hubner moves forward to the final match of this division. He will have a chance at either gold or silver. The Bulgarian Bear, we certainly appreciate him flying all the way to the United States for this event. Showed some great wrestling today and goes home with a bronze medal. All right, we are back to the the 62 kilogram division between Malinowski and Caldwell. These guys are 1 for 1. The winner here takes all. So this is going to be fire. Don't blink. Both these guys show some great takedown ability. And there we see Michael Caldwell landing a 4-point takedown. Malinowski feeding up to rubber guard, which is actually a great option for this event since you can't use the closed guard. Rubber guard is a really good option for controlling your opponent's posture, especially in no-gi, and especially when you have an event where you're not allowed to close the feet, to lock the feet in the guard. Malinowski was trying to feed underneath the leg there. Caldwell, nice passing skills by Caldwell, using a chin strap to keep Malinowski in place. And he is now collecting pin points. If he can maintain this position for 30 seconds, he'll get 4 points on the board. Malinowski fighting hard to get those shoulders turned to 90 degree, and he does. He kills the pin, so no pin points awarded at this point. I'm sorry, 1 pin pointed award because he did maintain it for at least 10 seconds. So he's got 1 point on the board for pin points. That leaves him 3 more available pin points throughout this match to score. Caldwell ahead 5-0. Caldwell again shooting in a single. Nice guillotine attempt by Malinowski. He's got it from half guard at this point. Boy, both these guys just getting after it. Caldwell trying to frame out and defend this choke. He's trying to pass that half guard, and he does. He passes out to the side again. Great passing skills on display here by Caldwell. Twice in a row, he was able to use a very nice pass to get on the outside. This time, it saves him from a choke. Malinowski trying to maybe use this position to rotate and sweep Caldwell, but doesn't quite have the leverage. He does get himself back to half guard, though. Now Caldwell responding with his own guillotine, and he's advanced up to a higher position now. He's going to get a mount point along the way, so he's 6-0 with a deep guillotine. Malinowski's in a lot of trouble here. He's going to go for the one-armed variation because he can't quite feed his left hand through, it looks like. Malinowski using his left hand on the wrist to alleviate the pressure, and he escapes, and he's going for a Kimura attack. Caldwell passes the guard again, sinks in an arm triangle choke. And now he is attempting to get the finish. Man alive, this is great transitions and back and forth between these two. Everything on the line in this match. The winner takes home gold. Malinowski doing a good job of keeping the elbow on the inside to prevent the choke. And he comes out the back door, takes the back. Let's see if he can get his hooks in and get some positional points. And back to their feet. Man alive, what an exchange between these two guys. Caldwell ahead 6-0. Malinowski's going to have to start really putting some things together here to catch up on the board, or at least land a submission to close it out. Malinowski accidentally takes an eye poke. Certainly unintentional on the part of Caldwell. So he's given a moment to recover here. Looks like he is okay. We're going to keep going. And Caldwell in on a big single. Let's see if he can pick him up. Not quite. Not quite. It was out of bounds, so it's not going to count. Good entry there and great defense by Malinowski. We're getting pretty short on time here. We've got about a minute left in the match. Caldwell at this point could opt to coast through. Okay, Malinowski pulls guard. Let's see if he can lock up a triangle. In the last match, he was able to win with an armbar from the triangle position. Looks like Caldwell has escaped. He's going to start passing the guard. Malinowski has him back in the guard now, fishing for a guillotine. Opting back to that rubber guard control for a moment there. Caldwell wisely pinning him tightly down to the ground. He knows he only has to last about 30 more seconds here. Malinowski trying to feed to a Kimura grip. His hips are pretty tightly controlled right now, though, by Caldwell. He's going to have to create a little bit of distance with his hips in order to really get a good bite on that Kimura. And he is making improvement here, actually. Looks like he can't quite reach the left wrist with his right hand to lock in that Kimura trap. Referee Vlad Kulikov setting them back to the center now. And we are down to the wire here. Just about 10 more seconds. Malinowski's going to have to really come in hot. Caldwell knows this, and he's going to try to coast and work his way towards a Combat Wrestling World Championship. And that is time. What a match between these guys. That could have been the match of the day for sure. Let's take a look at some of this action again. Here we see them tying up. Caldwell shoots in early on with a single leg. Scoops it up here, starts running towards him, and completes the takedown. Malinowski responds by immediately locking up a rubber guard. Here we see Caldwell using some great guard passing skills. Attacking at the head, at the arm triangle. Malinowski escapes the position, switches to the back, starts working for his own positional control now. A little bit later, we see a big single to a double leg attempt by Caldwell. Malinowski keeps his balance very well and prevents getting taken down. What a great match between these two guys. Excellent job by both of them. And Mike Caldwell is your 2018 62-kilogram Combat Wrestling World Champion. Dylan Malinowski can definitely leave the mat with his head high. Excellent performance. He will take home silver for Team Canada. We're now going to move back to the 74 kilogram division. This is the gold medal match for this division. We've got Travis Kirby out of Oklahoma and Brett Milano out of Iowa. Both these guys obviously representing Team USA. Milano, the champion from the Nationals, punching his way into this division here today. Travis Kirby, lifelong wrestler. Milano, a judo-based practitioner. You notice in a lot of his matches, he leads forward with that left leg, almost encouraging people, almost daring people to try to take that leg so he can hit them with uchimatas and other throws that he likes to set up. Travis Kirby is a fast and aggressive wrestler. See Kirby keeping a very low stance. Milano, again, as I mentioned, seems to be hoping that he'll take that left leg and attempt a single. Milano dropping levels, and Kirby sprawls on top. Looks like Milano slipped just a tad, and or maybe just had some poor timing on the level change. And Kirby sees the opportunity. They're out of bounds. They are going to move back to the center now. Good awareness there by Kirby. Kirby has not attempted a single yet on that leg that Milano's trying to bait him towards. Seems as if Kirby is well aware of Brett's intentions. Both these guys have picked up a caution now at this point. So they're going to have to be careful. Someone's going to have to try to show more intent than the other to avoid getting another caution and giving points to their opponent. Kirby in tight with a clinch here. He's got an overhook on one side, underhook on the other. Posted on the hip with the other, actually. Milano also no stranger to wrestling at all. I don't mean to make it sound like he is only a judo practitioner. He is also versed in wrestling and jiu-jitsu. He's a very well-rounded grappler, so he is able to mix up his takedowns, but it definitely you can tell that he is a judo-based guy based on the types of setups he likes to use and the stance he uses throughout the match. And Kirby gets him to change the stances just a tad and uses a snap down. They fall out of bounds, so there isn't going to be any points awarded for anything. But we're starting to see Milano try to mix up that stance a tad. He's turning forward now into a classic wrestling stance, and that might be a beneficial thing for Kirby. And Kirby in on a blast double. Nicely done. That's going to be 2 points on the board for Kirby. Fell to his side as referee Vlad Kulikov is signifying there. So Kirby up by 2. Both men have 1 caution each. Milano turning it up now. The winner here will take home gold. The loser will take home silver. In their match that these guys had against each other at the Nationals, Milano won with a toe hold, if I remember correctly. So we may see Milano attempt to forego collecting points and go straight to a submission win, as he did in their last match against each other. Milano now with a tight overhook. This could be a good position for the type of throws he likes to set up. Let's see if he tries to... And Kirby blasting forward, and they are out of bounds. All right, we are very short on time here. Got about 30 seconds left in the match. Kirby ahead by 2. Milano is going to have to start getting to work here. Kirby is in a position now where he is able to just use defensive wrestling and coast through and pick up a gold medal and a world championship today. So the emphasis and the pressure is certainly on Milano at this moment. really short on time. And another big takedown for Kirby. That's going to be another 2-point takedown. I'm sorry, 1-point takedown. Fell to his butt, not directly to his side. He rolled to his side. But the initial impact was to the butt. And because of that, that is a 1-point takedown. Milano desperately shooting in. Travis Kirby cuts the angle, cuts the corner to escape that. He's now going to, he's just going to coast through. And Travis Kirby is your 2018 gold medalist, world champion in combat wrestling at the 74 kilogram division. Let's take a look at some of this action again. Here we see Kirby blasting forward with a double leg. It's one of his favorite takedowns that we've seen him put together throughout his matches at Combat Wrestling. Getting 2 points on the board for that. He then comes forward again with a nice 1-pointer. And uses the takedowns to stack his way to a gold medal today. Excellent performance by Travis Kirby. Really great representative of Oklahoma wrestling. And again, a great performance shown as well by Brett Milano, who we certainly look forward to seeing return at next year's event. All right, we're now going to go to the 90 kilogram division. This is going to be the gold medal match between Nico Koliastasis and Josh Hightower. Both these guys have faced each other in the finals at the Nationals previously. Koliastasis used a submission. It was an Americana that was used with the leg from a scarf hold position, if I remember correctly. Koliastasis, a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu practitioner, but also a lifelong wrestler, MMA fighter as well. Joshua Hightower, primarily a catch wrestler. Both these guys out of Arkansas. Koliastasis with a strong tie around the neck. Deep underhook now. And he's going to use that to attempt a takedown. Snatching up the left leg, so that is going to be a 1-point takedown for Koliastasis. He picked the ankle on the way in there, sending Hightower straight to his butt. So that is 1 point on the board for Koliastasis. Hightower actively defends, nicely done, and keeps Koliastasis from advancing position. Now back on our feet here. Koliastasis with another deep underhook. Hightower controlling the arm, and Koliastasis blasts forward, moves through, and that is going to be no takedown awarded, actually, by referee Vlad Kulikov. Now, we are here this is the exact same position that happened at the Nationals when Koliastasis won previously. He's got the scarf hold, he's got an Americana locked up with the leg, and that is it. That's the exact same submission that Koliastasis used to win against Hightower at the Nationals. He does it again, this time resulting in a Combat Wrestling World Championship. Excellent performance by Koliastasis. Good performance by Hightower as well. And Koliastasis picks up a gold medal for Team USA at this year's World Championships. All right, next up we have the bronze medal match for the 100 kilogram division. We've got Matt Kaiser, coach of Team Canada, against Dave Hart of Team USA. Winner here will be taking home a bronze medal. Matt Kaiser joining the event on 3 hours' notice. Dave Hart flying in all the way from Colorado. And referee Vlad Kulikov is ready to kick off this match. And here we go. Matt Kaiser, longtime Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu practitioner, very dangerous with his submissions. He chains his submissions together very well. Dave Hart does a little bit of everything, mainly wrestling. Dave Hart just has the kind of frame that makes it look like it's almost impossible to get him to move backwards. Guy looks like a rock. Hart attempting to get a Russian tie. Looks like that's going to be a caution for Kaiser. Both these guys trying to fight for the arm positioning that they prefer. Kaiser controlling the left arm of Dave Hart, and it looks like he's going to go for an armbar. Beautiful entry on the armbar. That's very deep. Biting out to the wrist, and that looks like it's going to be an extension. Hart tries to roll out, only to get into the fire, and that is it. Matt Kaiser wins via a armbar finish to take home a bronze medal for his team, Team Canada. That was a great setup. Let's take a look at that one more time. Here we see them fighting for position. Kaiser has a good tie, a good bite on the arm. He sits right down, turns the angle perfectly, gets a nice deep bite onto the arm, all the way up to the shoulder. And at this point, hanging on with his wrist, with his hands together, isn't even going to really help with a bite that deep. Kaiser's able to grab up towards the wrist. Hart tries to roll through to maybe create some space, but it just takes him out of the pot and into the fire. And Kaiser finishes with the submission victory. Excellent submission. Great ground grappling displayed there. And Matt Kaiser is going to take home bronze for Team Canada. Big congratulations to Matt Kaiser. We appreciate both these guys flying in from both Canada and Colorado. Kaiser jumping in on only 3 hours' notice. Very impressive. Congratulations to him. And now we have our gold medal 100-plus kilogram match. This is between Keith Steinacher and Eric Hubner. Let's take a moment to introduce you to Keith Steinacher, who's stepping on the mat for the first time today.
My name is Keith Steinacher, and I'm from a little place called Jerseyville, Illinois. I started wrestling in high school, so I've been wrestling probably actively for about 15 total years. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, a little bit of I guess you'd call it catch influence, but submission grappling, anything really. So my favorite thing about combat wrestling is that it really pushes the pace. It's a fast-paced grappling style. Really gets people to focus on takedowns. So at Nationals I felt pretty good going in. After I got through my matches I still felt good, but I realized that I needed to work on a few things to prepare for this event. I feel confident, I feel healthy, and I think that's the most important part.
All right, and this is going to be for the gold. The winner here takes home gold. The other will take home silver. Keith Steinacher and Eric Hubner had a great match against each other at the Nationals. Hubner was able to pull off the win, so he's looking for a repeat performance. Keith Steinacher looking to even out the score here. Steinacher got the bye for this event today, so if he wins this match, he will win gold. Steinacher, a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu practitioner, but also been wrestling since he was in high school. Nice snap down by Hubner, again, with that same setup that he likes to do. He loves creating a hard base that guys feel they have to push into, and then he just drops it out from underneath them with a snap down. He has consistently used that setup incredibly well throughout all of his performances at Combat Wrestling, both at the Nationals and at the Worlds here today. Hubner now 1 point ahead on the board with an outside turtle control. Steinacher keeping a tight base. And now referee Vlad Kulikov will stand them up in the center. Steinacher also a very proficient Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu practitioner. We saw him win with a couple nice Kimura victories at the Nationals. So he's definitely got some great submission skills in his arsenal. Hubner again using a shuck there to get to the outside, and he's now threatening a potential arm triangle. Looks like now he's feeding out to north-south. He's now collecting pinpoints. If he can maintain this position for 30 seconds, he will get 4 additional points on the board. Looks like he also picked up a 2-point takedown. So he is now ahead 3-0. If he can maintain this position, it'll put him ahead 7 points to 0. In their last match against each other, Hubner, I believe, won via a technical victory by getting a 12-point differential over Steinacher. He now moves to the mount and adds an additional point to the 4 that he was already awarded for pins, so he puts himself an extra 5 points up, putting him at a total of 8 points to 0. He is 4 points away from another technical victory. He's now setting up a Kimura trap, looking for a submission win here, using the right knee to pin the right elbow to the ground of Steinacher in an attempt to separate the hands. Steinacher using an S grip with the hands to keep them together, and successfully does so. They're going to stand back up now. If Hubner is able to land a single 4-point takedown, he will walk out of here a World Combat Wrestling Champion at 100-plus kilograms. Steinacher goes in for a shot. Hubner sprawls, moving to the outside again. So he's trying to use the left hand to tie up the left arm of Steinacher. This guy's getting set back to the center once more. Steinacher using his left arm to be on the inside tie to prevent the snap down of Hubner. Steinacher trying to use a shoulder block there to release the grip on his neck. And they have gone out of bounds. They're going to get moved again to the center. Getting short on time here. Steinacher feeding both hands to the neck. Now he's going over the top of the arm, using a shoulder block again to separate to break the grip. Steinacher moves in forward. Hubner times it and sprawls. Moves to outside turtle again. Very short on time here. Hubner knows that he just has to hang tight. Steinacher rolls through, maybe trying to get to the guard. Can't quite get the control he needs. Hubner just rides the wave, remains on the outside, and again we're going to get stood up and put to the center. These guys just have a few seconds left to work here in this match. Hubner looks like he will be able to ride this out and walk home with gold today. Steinacher thinking about a throw there maybe, and that is it. That is time. Eric Hubner becomes the 100-plus kilogram World Combat Wrestling Champion. Huge congratulations to him. Excellent match by both these guys. Eric Hubner collects gold at the Nationals this year and does it again at the Worlds. Really great campaign he put on this year in 2018. Keith Steinacher, we look forward to seeing him back at the next Nationals next year. And Eric Hubner will go home with gold. And ladies and gentlemen, you'll have to forgive me, I misspoke earlier. So Eric Hubner did just win gold. He won the 100-plus kilogram gold medal. We're now going to move into the next match between Keith Steinacher and the Bulgarian Bear, Preslav Kulikov. The winner here will take silver. The loser will take bronze. So both of these guys still have a chance at silver. So we are going to see Preslav Kulikov representing Team Bulgaria, Keith Steinacher representing USA. This is for silver. Steinacher looking for some deep overhooks here. Makes me think that he may be looking for a throw rather than dropping levels for a wrestling style takedown. Let's see if I'm right. Yep, there we see an Uchimata attempt. Goes for a self-sacrifice, tries to come up on a single maybe. Let's see if he can get to his knees and complete this. It wouldn't score on the board because there wouldn't be continuous momentum, but it would put him in a good position. Preslav Kulikov laying very heavily on the upper body of Steinacher, keeping his head pinned to the mat. Kulikov using a great amount of pressure here to keep Steinacher pinned to the ground. Steinacher maintaining a good bite on the quarter guard, now advances up to half guard. And they are going to get stood back up. Still no score on the board. Could be anybody's match still at this point. Steinacher again looking for that overhook. Has it again on the left side. His left, grabbing Preslav's right. Kulikov using wrist control with the left hand. Steinacher uses his knee to separate the grip on the hand, on the wrist rather. And both these guys collecting a caution right now. Kulikov uses a snap down to get him down to his hands and knees. No score for takedown there, but he does get to a dominant position. He's now going to be in side mount, moving up to north-south. He's collecting pinpoints at this point. If he can stay here for 30 seconds, he'll get 4 points on the board. Steinacher cupping the back of his neck with his right arm to potentially keep him pinned in place for a sweep. May see Steinacher use that left arm to overwrap the left arm of Kulikov and try to roll him. And there he goes. Let's see if he can complete this. Almost. At least it gets him to his knees, though, so no sweeps. There isn't any points for sweeps in this tournament anyways, but... So, I mean, ultimately, I guess it's the same results that he wanted. This is... I can't tell if this is going to be a pin or not. It looks like this is going to be a pin. So this is going to be a back-to-belly pin. If Kulikov can maintain this spot for 30 seconds, again, he will get some pinpoints. Steinacher stops him from doing that. Kulikov does a good job of following the back of Steinacher, maintaining top control. They're going to get stood back up now. Kulikov ahead by 1 point. And Steinacher again using that knee to break the grip on the right wrist by Kulikov. Kulikov again kind of pulling forward on that momentum, keeping him off balanced. Steinacher in deep on a ankle here, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get the angle he needs to complete momentum backwards. Back to the center again. Shot attempted by Steinacher. Sprawl from Kulikov. Kulikov to the outside of the turtle position again. And again, being stood up to the center. Velichkov, the coach at the moment of Kulikov, won a gold medal earlier today in both his division and the absolute division for the veterans category. Now coaching his friend and teammate Kulikov through this match. Kulikov trying to use a chin strap, sort of an outside chin strap and a weave of the leg to get rotation to put Steinacher on his back, but Steinacher maintains good base and prevents that from happening. And time has expired. And the Bulgarian Bear, Preslav Kulikov, takes home silver for Team Bulgaria. Keith Steinacher taking home bronze for Team USA. Definitely looking forward to seeing these guys return in the future. And that concludes the seniors division, so let's take a look at the results. Coming in at 62 kilograms, Mike Caldwell picks up gold for Team USA. At 68 kilogram women's division, Shalina Horn brings home gold for Team Canada. 68 kilogram men's, Daniel Rodriguez of Team USA. And at 74 kilograms, Travis Kirby, also representing Team USA. At 82 kilograms, we have Cody Osborne for Team Canada, bringing home gold. 90 kilograms, Nico Koliastasis of Team USA. 100 kilograms, Matt Paul of Team USA. And at 100 plus kilograms, Eric Hubner, also of Team USA. We're going to move now into the final division of the day. This is going to be the seniors absolute division. We've got 7 athletes that are going to jump into this division. This is an open weight class of all different members of the senior division. So we're going to get ready to kick this off now. Our opening match of the absolute division for the seniors class is going to be between Saito and Kelly. Saito representing Team Japan, Kelly representing Team USA. And we are getting set to go right now. Saito and Kelly both very close in age, both lifelong wrestlers. Kelly, a national grappling champion, multiple-time national grappling champion. He's competed in all different kinds of events, from jiu-jitsu to wrestling. Saito, very active in the Japanese wrestling scene. Kelly's second time stepping on these mats at a combat wrestling event. He was here for the Nationals back in July. Saito's first time competing here in St. Louis. Michael Kelly going for a single leg. See if he can complete this. Saito trying to swim the foot to the outside. Kelly does complete it, so that's going to be a 1-point takedown. Saito now using butterfly guard. Back to their feet now. We got the pleasure of spending time with Saito at the training room the day before the event for the warm-ups. And he showed some really great scrambles in his training, as well as some good leg lock and toe hold attacks. So let's see if he implements any of those attacks in this match here. Michael Kelly using a front headlock. Looks like he may be trying to feed to the leg to complete a rotation and get him to a pin position. He's going to need to get all the way around the legs there. Referee Vlad Kulikov will not signal any pin points until leg entanglement is completely clear. And the opponent, of course, on the bottom must be flat on their back. They'll need to turn to a complete 90-degree angle with their back to the mat, from the mat rather, in order to break the pin. Michael Kelly getting close here, but it looks like Saito's right knee is still on the inside. He's gotten back to a shin shield now. So Kelly's going to have to pass that in order to get any kind of pin points. Kelly again in on a single, and that looks like it's not going to be completed. Saito pulled him into it, so I guess that is not going to be scored as a takedown. Regardless, Michael Kelly in a dominant position here. May opt to take the back. Saito maintaining a good base, trying to prevent from getting rolled over. Kelly feeding around the back of the neck here, trying to set up a cradle to turn him around. Saito being active with his knees, making sure that Michael Kelly can't get to side mount easily. Back to the center again. This has been a really great event here today. We certainly appreciate all the athletes that have come from around the world and all the people watching at home. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Saito in on an inside leg trip. Very nicely done. That's going to be a 2-point score. So Saito has now passed up Kelly on the scoreboard. Got about a little over a minute left to work. Kelly now working to pass the guard of Saito again. Saito again using the right knee very well to prevent him from completing the side mount position. Kelly now using a crossface, and he has now cleared the legs, so he is accumulating pinpoints. If he can hold this for 30 seconds, he will pass Saito on points. He'll collect 4 total points for staying here for 30 seconds. Now, time on the match has expired, but in combat wrestling rules, if you're in the middle of a pin, you can still go beyond the time limit to complete the pinpoints, to complete the time on your pinpoint accumulation. So Saito's got to fight really, really hard here, because if Michael Kelly is able to stay for 30 seconds, he's going to pass him on the board and win the match. And he does just that. Michael Kelly picks up a victory over Team Japan's Saito and will move forward in the seniors absolute division. Next up, we've got the Bulgarian Bear against Team Japan's Sasaki. Sasaki, a judo practitioner. Bulgarian Bear, longtime wrestler, who also is experienced in other grappling styles as well. Big size difference between these guys. This is what's exciting about the absolute division. You get to see some real David versus Goliath type matchups. Sasaki looks like he may be trying to set up a potential Uchimata here. Feeding in sideways with the lead leg. Looking for an overhook. And Bulgarian Bear in on a shot, and that is going to be scored as a takedown. That's going to be a 1-point takedown for Kulikov. So Kulikov early on, a point ahead. Kulikov coming in for another shot. Oh my goodness, he's got some elevation. Big suplex for Kulikov. That's going to be a 4-point takedown, 5 ahead on the board. That may have been the throw of the day. Sasaki trying to stay quick on his feet here. He can't afford another one of those. Sasaki struggling a little bit here to get underneath to penetrate the base of the Bulgarian Bear. And there we see the Uchimata attempt again. Bear just so powerful, using his, not even really having to use a snap down. He's more just dragging his head to the floor with his size and strength advantage he's got here. They're out of bounds again. Bulgarian Bear again with another takedown. That's going to be a 2-pointer. So that's going to give him 7 points ahead on the scoreboard. And he's now in a dominant top position. He's collecting pinpoints. And if he gets the full 30 seconds, he will get a 4-point score for the pins, putting him only 1 point away from a technical victory. Anytime a competitor is 12 points ahead of their opponent, that is a technical victory in combat wrestling rules. And there we go. That's going to be 11 points, so he only needs 1 more. And that was, I believe, a quick Americana he just used. I need to see that again, but I think that was just a quick Americana he just snatched up at the very end there. Let's take a look at everything again. So we have Bulgarian Bear shooting in here for a takedown. Because of the way that Sasaki landed, that was for sure a 1-point takedown. Had he landed on his hands and knees, it wouldn't have scored. From here we see a double leg. Kulikov bringing him down for a quick 2-point score. And let's take a look at that big suplex again. This for sure was the throw of the day. Kulikov getting underneath deep, putting his hips in tight, elevating him off the ground and taking him for a ride. Boom. For a 4-point score. And I was hoping to see the Americana at the end, but it looks like we don't have the replay of that. So I believe it was a fast Americana that he got at the end. So submission victory from Preslav Kulikov, the Bulgarian Bear. He will move forward in the absolute division. Great to see the respect shown between all these athletes. Now we have Brett Milano from Team USA returning back to the mats. He's going to be taking on Keith Steinacher of Team USA. Another big David and Goliath match. Both these guys not too far from each other geographically. Brett Milano is out of Des Moines, Iowa. Steinacher out of Illinois. Both these guys, savvy jiu-jitsu practitioners. Milano also has a judo base, does a little sambo as well. Steinacher, high school wrestler who transitioned into jiu-jitsu. Steinacher looking for a front headlock here, using his weight advantage wisely. Trying to work his way to the back. Fishing for a seatbelt control, possibly. Trying to roll Milano over to get him on his back to collect some pinpoints. We've also seen Steinacher use Kimura setups from side mounts. The side mount seems to be a position that he is very confident with. He's also looking like he may attempt to throw that right leg over to mount as well, though. And now he's got the back. If he can get the hooks in, he'll get the positional points here. So he may opt to do that. Fishing with the right arm under the chin of Milano. Milano using a quarter guard here, trying to feed up to a half guard. And Steinacher just closed out that space now with his right knee and moves into side control, but it looks like they're out of bounds, so they are going to get put back to the center. I'm sure after feeling that pressure underneath there, Milano is going to work a little harder here to not end up underneath Keith Steinacher. We're going to look to see him probably a little more active on his feet. Yes, just like that. That's going to be a caution for Milano, though, for fleeing. But I really can't blame him for that. He does not want to get stuck on the bottom again with a size difference like this. So sometimes you'll sacrifice the caution to keep yourself in safe places. Milano feeding to the outside of the right arm of Steinacher. Looked like he was maybe going to try to sit out for a possible Kimura or just a sit-out reversal, but Steinacher controlling the outside of his shoe now. Good old-school wrestling technique there. Weaving his way through the legs, applying a crossface now around the back side of Milano's shoulder. Very tough position to be in when you have your arm crossed or across the face like that and trapped on the outside. It's a miserable spot. For anyone that's trained jiu-jitsu or wrestling, you certainly know what that feels like. Milano attempting an earthquake escape here, but man, that is a lot of weight to try to bridge up on. Milano digging with his left hand, try to create some space. Steinacher isolating that left arm now. Milano trying to use that right leg to scoop with the heel to drag the shin of Steinacher back into quarter guard to get started on recomposing half. But Steinacher doing a really good job of keeping the pressure down. Steinacher now crossing, using the forearm to turn Milano's head completely to the right, which is a miserable position to get stuck in as well, because if you can't turn your head towards your opponent, you certainly can't turn the rest of your body, so it makes recomposing any guard position very difficult. Milano again getting brought back to the feet here, so see what he can do. Setting up a figure 4 control on the right arm of Steinacher. Steinacher keeping deep underhooks, heavy pressure on the back of Milano's head and compresses him down. Outside of the shoe control again. And he's going to try to flatten him out once more. Really great, very effective strategy by Steinacher so far. He's made this work all throughout the match here. Steinacher trying to wrench the shoulder here to get rotation, and he does. Maybe looking for a north-south choke here now. Collecting pinpoints actively at the moment, so he might just hang out here to do that. It's always wise. And the way that Milano is rotating there might have been tightening the choke a little bit. I think that's why we saw him shoot the feet the opposite direction. More putting yourself back into a side mount position will oftentimes relieve that pressure a little better. And that's going to be 4 points added for the pin. So he's now up 6-0. Milano is going to have to work hard to escape this position. That choke is definitely tightening up. Looks like it's getting tighter and tighter as we go here. And time expires. Great strategy used by Steinacher. Good attempt on the north-south choke. Keith Steinacher moves forward in the absolute division, winning via 6 points to 0. Michael Kelly returning to the mat. We have an uneven amount of competitors. We have 7 guys in the division here, so you may see some guys make more than one appearance. So we've got Kelly returning, and we've got Matt Paul stepping into the absolute division. Both these guys from Illinois. Michael Kelly from Hebron, Illinois. Matt Paul from Chicago. Both these guys had great performances at the Nationals, earning their way here today. Matt Paul attempting a foot sweep there. Michael Kelly in on a single here. Let's see if he can complete it. Matt Paul keeping a post on the ground, stopping the continuous momentum. So it's not going to count as a takedown, but it does put Michael Kelly in a good spot here. Let's see if he can turn this into a dominant position. Looks like Matt Paul has already reversed the position and got the guillotine. Wow, unbelievable. Matt Paul has displayed some really dangerous guillotines in his time spent in combat wrestling, both at the Nationals and today at the Worlds. Very dangerous. You got to watch where you put your neck with this guy. Matt Paul moves forward in the absolute division. Returning again, we have Brett Milano and Sasaki. Both these guys, judo practitioners. Sasaki obviously representing Team Japan, Milano from Team USA. Both these guys, avid judo practitioners. Sasaki, been practicing judo since he was a kid. It's always interesting to see judo practitioners in no-gi situations when they don't have the same sort of grips that they would typically use. It's interesting to watch them adapt their game via clinches and overhooks and underhooks. Brett Milano, also a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu practitioner and a wrestler, so that's something he's Sasaki threatening in Uchimata. Threatening Tayatoshi, I think it was. 2 cautions getting delivered to both these guys. So referee Vlad Kulikov wants them to be a little bit more assertive, a little more aggressive. Milano attempting an arm drag. And that's going to be a caution for Milano. A second one giving Sasaki a point. And I think that's going to be because of the not respecting the out-of-bounds area. So these guys have to be careful where they're wading into while they're moving around on the mats. Milano in on a single, trying to complete it. Sasaki with a heavy sprawl. Prevents from getting scored on. Milano getting in on a single. Sasaki sprawls, times it well. Maybe looking to move into some ground grappling here. Let's see if he can get some rotation and put Milano on his back. He also may look for a Peruvian necktie here with this particular grip. Transitions out to the back. If he doesn't follow up, he may get cautioned. Okay, good. He goes for the back mount here. And if you can get that second hook in, well, it looks like they're going to move back to top side control here. So Milano with a deep underhook with half guard. This is going to be a better position for Milano probably. We've seen Milano set up some toe holds and things like that in the Nationals, and that's exactly what he's doing now. He's feeding out to the outside, single leg X. And Sasaki actually stood in base, which killed the position. In combat wrestling rules, if you stand solid in base while your legs are being attacked, it kills the position. Big Asotagari by Sasaki. Wow. Big impact, and that's going to put him up 5-0. Great timing on that. Milano stepped in for a Asotagari of his own. Sasaki manipulated the base of Milano and spiked him down with his own. Excellent timing on that. Great follow-up. And Sasaki ahead by 5 with only 1 caution. Milano has 2 cautions against him, so he's going to have to really get to work here to pull ahead. Got about a minute left on the timer. Milano looking for a single again. That is going to be a throw for Sasaki. He's going to get a 2-point score for that, so he's now up 7-0. Got about less than 30 seconds on the clock here. Milano aggressively trying to get the takedown, going in on the single leg. But unfortunately, I think we are going to be out of time. We've got a warning for Sasaki now, a caution for Sasaki. And Milano is going to be awarded a point. So the final score will be 7-1 with Sasaki moving forward. Let's take a look again at that big throw. Here we see Milano stepping in for his own Asotagari. Sasaki cuts the angle, boom, spikes him with his own. Great response to that attempt. And Team Japan's Sasaki will move forward for a chance to capture bronze today. Great match by these guys. Team Japan certainly happy with that one. And we've got 2 big guys coming out now. Keith Steinacher coming back to the mats against the Bulgarian Bear, Preslav Kulikov. Both these guys in the 100+ kilogram category. They will meet again for a chance at absolute gold. Steinacher in on a shot, sprawl from Kulikov, and Kulikov is going to take the north-south position. He is actively accumulating pinpoints now. Steinacher trying to feed his hands to the hips to maybe use an emergency escape. And Kulikov collects 4 pinpoints. See, he may be opting to go for a north-south choke attack here. Steinacher able to pivot himself back to side. Kulikov isolating the left arm of Steinacher. Potential Kimura attack here. And using the right shin on the inside to pin the shoulder of Steinacher to the ground as he pinches his knees together and sets up the Kimura trap. Can't separate the hands and opts to stand back to the feet. Steinacher in on a shot again, deflected by Kulikov. Going for the ankle, Kulikov steps away. And again on another shot, Kulikov sprawls out as well. Works out to the outside, to the rear turtle position. Steinacher looked like he might have been going for a possible Kimura setup of his own. And Kulikov, in order to get positional points, will need to put 2 hooks in for the back control. Looks like they're going to get moved back to the center. Steinacher using an overhook here. And a big throw by Kulikov, and it landed him flat on his back, and he rolled, so that isn't a 4-point takedown. So it's going to be 8 total now for Kulikov. Steinacher looking for a potential throw. Doesn't quite have the angle he needed. Kulikov looks like he wants to keep this on the feet. Looks like he wants to accumulate some takedown points. Possibly go for a technical victory here. And Steinacher showing some signs of fatigue here. And a single leg takedown that's going to be a 2-point score for Kulikov. Landing him on his side, so he is now 2 points away from a technical victory. Not a bad strategy at all. If you feel that your takedowns are really coming together, and if you're able to, if you're confident in your defensive wrestling, and that the other guy's not going to be able to take you down, this is not a bad strategy at all to try to win with a technical victory. Steinacher using an overhook here, tying the head. Kulikov again with a 4-point takedown straight to the back, so it's going to be 14-0. That is going to be a technical victory for the Bulgarian Bear, who moves one step closer towards the gold medal today. Preslav Kulikov moving forward. Good performance today by Keith Steinacher. He's not completely out yet. He's still able to come back and fight for bronze. And And as are these two gentlemen here, Sasaki and Kelly, returning to the mat for a shot at bronze. This is not the bronze medal match, but winning this match will put them closer for a final match for the bronze. Sasaki just coming off of a great performance against Team USA's Brett Milano. Michael Kelly coming off of a couple of tough matches, so he's got to get to work here in order to capture bronze today. Kelly in on a shot, and a nice throw by Sasaki. That's going to be a 2-point score. Well done there. Good timing on the takedown. Sasaki up 2 points now. And it looks like the points are going to be reversed because the takedown initiated out of bounds. So the scoreboard is even. Regardless, it was a good throw by Sasaki. Unfortunately, he was just he initiated it out of bounds. You can initiate a takedown in bounds that lands out of bounds, but not vice versa. It's Michael Kelly with a great single there, but Sasaki landed to his hands and knees, so that is not going to be a takedown scored. That would be a good example, though, of what I was just saying earlier. Had Sasaki landed in a valid landing position, that would have been a score for Kelly. Even though they landed out of bounds, the takedown started in bounds. Sasaki picking up a caution.
Squared up, Kelly, squared up. Come on.
Michael Kelly in on a single and completes it. That's going to be a 2-point score for Michael Kelly. He's going to need to free the leg entanglement here in order to get pin points. He might be looking for a arm triangle choke. And it looks like because he's not advancing, they are going to stand him back up. Kelly on the board ahead by 2. And Sasaki has a caution against him. So these are all things in Michael Kelly's favor. Sasaki looking a little more hesitant to come in and engage. Michael Kelly is doing a really good job in this match of timing takedowns, especially those single legs. They're working very well. Sasaki keeping a high stance. Kelly again in on a double this time. Well done. That's going to be a 4-point takedown, putting him ahead at 6 points. Michael Kelly now working to pass the guard. He's gotten to the back. If he can put some hooks in here or take the mount position, he'll get some positional points. Sasaki scooting out of bounds. Looks like he was more just avoiding getting mounted than actually trying to go out of bounds, so there was no caution for that. I think that was a definitely a good call by referee Vlad Kulikov. And Sasaki now very hesitant to step in. Michael Kelly has been timing these single legs really well as Sasaki steps in with a high. And there we go again. Nicely done with an ankle pick. It looked like an ankle pick from where I'm at. He's now got another point score on the board. He's got 8 points ahead. Michael Kelly really racking up the takedowns in this match. Great performance. He's got a 2-on-1 control of the left arm of Sasaki in the half guard. They're going to stand back up now. very short on time. Sasaki's got quite an obstacle ahead of him here. Michael Kelly in on a leg again. Feeds out to a double, back to a single, down to the ankle. And no score. That's to the hands and knees. So that is not a valid scoring position. Regardless, Michael Kelly with a rear turtle position as time expires. Great performance by Michael Kelly. Really put those single leg takedowns together extremely well in this match. And that's going to help him get towards a bronze medal today. Excellent run today by Team Japan's Sasaki as well. We have Keith Steinacher of Team USA returning to the mats. He is also vying for a chance at bronze today. And he will go against Team Japan's Saito. Both these guys a wrestling base. Steinacher also well versed in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Saito being very active on his feet here. In on a single, and he almost completed that. Steinacher was able to post to his knee. Great attempt there by Saito, but now he has a problem. He's got Steinacher on his back, which is definitely not where he would have wanted to be, to say the least. Steinacher tying the inside arm with his right hand very well, flattening him out on his shoulder. Saito maintaining control of Steinacher's right leg with a grapevine with his left. Saito transitioning really well here towards a leg attack. He may try to tip him over to get a knee bar or a toe hold, but it looks like he is now pinned, and Steinacher shut that right down. Saito now in quarter guard. Steinacher trying to feed through to the mount. Hard to see from our vantage point here what he's doing up top. Let's take a look. Looks like maybe an Americana. Yes, he's got an Americana set up. Trying to complete the shoulder lock using his right foot over the top of the thigh of Saito to free that foot from the quarter guard, which will give him some positional points for mount. And Vlad Kulikov going to start these guys back on their feet again. Saito a chance at redemption here. Let's see if he can be a little more agile and prevent takedowns, prevent being taken down. Steinacher with a tight overhook here. Saito trying to pull guard. Steinacher collecting the head, pulling him away from the out-of-bounds range. Really wise move there, because had Saito moved any further, that could have been a restart. Steinacher definitely does not want to lose this advantageous position. Steinacher, we saw him do this at Nationals. He's got a great Kimura attack from top side and from top half guard as well. He turns it into an armbar, and that is a submission victory for Keith Steinacher. Well done. Steinacher will move forward now in the final match for bronze. He will go against Michael Kelly. Great attempt there by Saito. He was close with that takedown early on. That was impressive, but came up just a little short. And this will be the bronze medal match of the seniors absolute division. Both these guys representing Team USA, both from Illinois. Michael Kelly, Keith Steinacher. The winner here takes home bronze for Team USA. Michael Kelly weighing in at 82 kilograms today. Keith Steinacher at 100 plus. So definitely a size disparity, as you can clearly see. Always makes for interesting matchups, though, when we see guys mix up their styles. And Michael Kelly is able to score a 2-point takedown. Michael Kelly was doing a really good job in his last match against Saito, putting together Sasaki putting together those takedowns. And now early on here, he has scored 2 points on Steinacher. Michael Kelly, a veteran of wrestling in the United States. Nice snap down here in a rotation, and that's going to be another takedown. Yeah, it's another 2 points for Michael Kelly. Very well done. 4 points ahead now. Still have plenty of time left to work. Trying to flatten out Steinacher to get some pinpoints. Steinacher framing with his right arm, and the pinpoints are now counting down. And Steinacher bridges and kills it before any points are accumulated. Michael Kelly taking the back. If he can put hooks in, he'll get a point, positional point for that. Looks like he may be opting to just stay sprawled out, keep his feet active. And we're getting moved back to the center now. So far, Michael Kelly doing a great job against the big man. Steinacher throughout this event has displayed some really proficient ground grappling, so Kelly may be wise to just try to keep this standing as much as possible. And again, with a snap down that's going to be down to the hands and knees, so no points awarded, but it does put Kelly in a advantageous spot. See Kelly put some hooks in and get an extra point on the board here, but he may not feel as confident in case Steinacher rolls over. As I said, Steinacher displayed some really good mat work today, so maybe he doesn't feel quite as comfortable putting in hooks and keeping it on the ground. Kelly having success with those snap downs so far in this match. He's been able to consistently get Steinacher down to his hands and knees to the turtle position. He's not accumulating points for it, and he's also not really advancing position beyond this, so it's still really not a bad strategy, though, because I mean he's 4 points ahead. If he can just keep actively showing intent on pushing the action until the time runs out, he will walk home with a bronze medal today. So honestly, it's really not that bad of a strategy. Steinacher is going to have to look to score a takedown here and get to that top position. I feel like if Steinacher is able to get Kelly on his back, it could go rapidly downhill for Kelly. But it's going to require Steinacher to land a takedown and get it there in order to make that happen. These guys have had several matches throughout the day, so obviously fatigue is setting in. This is their last match of the day. So it's certainly easy for me sitting mat side to suggest these things while these guys are exhausted and putting in the kind of work they are today. So definitely fatigue is a factor. And there we see Steinacher going in for a shot. Unfortunately, couldn't quite time it, and Kelly was able to sprawl. And that is time. Michael Kelly pulls off a victory against Keith Steinacher and gets the bronze medal for Team USA in the Absolute Seniors division. Great performance by him. He really turned it on in the last couple of matches, really put his takedowns together very well, and was able to capture bronze today. Very nicely done by him. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the final match of the day. This is the gold medal absolute seniors division match. We've got Matt Paul of Team USA, Preslav Kulikov, the Bulgarian Bear from Team Bulgaria. And this is it. This is for gold. The winner here will be an absolute seniors combat wrestling world champion. Kulikov currently carrying the title of the takedown of the day as he suplexed Team Japan's Sasaki. Matt Paul has had several submission victories today and shown just an overall very dominant performance today in his categories. Nice arm drag by Matt Paul. Matt Paul, a veteran of Bellator, he's a professional MMA fighter. Preslav Kulikov, very active on the European scene. Preslav in on a single now. Matt Paul kicking the leg straight through to block the opposite leg. He's now pummeling his foot to the outside thigh. Good defensive wrestling here, and he gets taken down. That's going to be right to his belly, so it's a 1-point takedown. Kulikov early on the board. Kulikov now on the board, 1-0. And shooting in again. Matt Paul using some defensive grappling to prevent him from getting a deep penetration. Paul trying to shuck the collar tie of Kulikov away from his head. He's got to make sure that he follows up with something after doing that, otherwise he can accumulate cautions. Threatening a foot sweep. Matt Paul looking for a potential snap down here. Using a shoulder block to break the grip. So far, Matt Paul doing a good job of keeping the Bulgarian Bear at bay. Trying to look for an entry of his own. Obviously, improper timing on a guy this size can have some devastating results. So he's trying to take his time looking for the right setup. Kulikov trying to get a solid grip. Matt Paul making it difficult. Matt Paul again attempting an arm drag, looking for a single shot, coming back, doubling up on it. He got both legs, and they're out of bounds. Paul trying to snap the head down of Kulikov again. Kulikov going in for a single, feeding up to a double. He's got him elevated. Big takedown by Kulikov. That's going to be a 1-point score because it was directly to the butt. Still, yeah, okay, looks like they're going to reverse that. Yeah, that was up above the hip line. So that's going to be a 4-point score for Kulikov. So Kulikov now ahead 5-0. Matt Paul looks like he's loading up for a shot. Threatening to drop levels. Getting a lot more active on his feet here, getting more aggressive. We see Matt Paul warm up a lot about halfway through most of his matches. He starts really turning it on. We are seeing that now in the way that he is changing his levels up and down. Single leg attempt from Kulikov. Matt rather, in on a single. Trying to look for a sweep. Doesn't quite get the leverage he needs. Shooting in on a single. Matt Paul becoming aggressive here. Kulikov with 2 underhooks looking for a trip there with the right leg. Again, another shot. Keeping a tight overhook here. We might try to step across for a throw. Very short on time now. Matt Paul's going to need a 4-point takedown and something else in order to win. Drives him forward again. Out of bounds, and that is time. The Bulgarian Bear is your absolute seniors world champion. Let's take a look at some of this again. This is where Kulikov initially went in for that single. We saw Matt Paul defend this pretty well. He sticks the leg straight through, blocking off the rear leg of Kulikov, preventing the motion that he wanted to use to complete it. Feeds the leg to the outside. And continues that motion. Gets him hopping and sweeps that foot right up from underneath him. And here's that big takedown that he landed right after that. Gets underneath the hips, lifts him up, and drops him. Big takedown from the Bulgarian Bear. And your winner, the Bulgarian Bear, Preslav Kulikov of Team Bulgaria. Excellent performance by both of these guys. Preslav Kulikov bringing home a gold medal to his country of Bulgaria. Let's take a look at the seniors' absolute results. First place, Preslav Kulikov of Team Bulgaria. Taking home silver, Matt Paul of Team USA. And taking home bronze, also of Team USA, Mike Kelly. That was a very exciting division, and big congratulations to all these guys who took home medals today. And that is the conclusion of the 2018 Combat Wrestling World Championship. We certainly hope you guys all enjoyed watching. Again, the FICW would like to thank their corporate sponsors who helped put on today's event. Chambers Bank, member FDIC. Fastlane Entertainment. Primal Gear Athletic Apparel. And of course, a big thank you to Parkway Central High School in St. Louis, Missouri for hosting today's event. And also a big thank you to the FICW staff for running such a smooth event. This is a global team of individuals who passionately dedicate their time to running these events, including FICW President Ivailo Ivanov, seen here handing out medals to today's winners. If you happen to be watching from Europe, the Combat Wrestling European Championship is going down on March 25th, 2019 in Hungary, so don't miss out on that. Also, the 2019 Combat Wrestling Worlds will be going down on October 19th and 20th in Romania. For more information on that, you can visit combatwrestling.org. And of course, a huge thank you to all the athletes and coaches that came out today from around the world. Obviously, the training and dedication it takes to be able to perform at events like these takes a tremendous amount of work and discipline, so we're very grateful for all of today's competitors who came out and put it on the line. Another great event coming up will be the Yagadome Invitational on March 17th, 2019 in New York. I will be there commentating as 16 men enter under combat wrestling rules for the chance for a large cash prize. For more info on that, you can visit yagadome.com. It's been a real pleasure commentating for you all today. Again, my name is Ryan Ford, and I host the Grappling Central podcast. You can listen to the show on iTunes, Pandora, Google Play, Stitcher Radio, and anywhere podcasts are enjoyed. Each episode features an in-depth interview with a respected member of the grappling community, offering advice, stories, and insight to grapplers just like you. For more information, you can check out grapplingcentral.com. You can also find us on facebook.com/grapplingcentral, and my Instagram is grappling_central. Thanks once more for tuning in, everybody, and we hope you tune in again next time for the 2019 FICW Combat Wrestling Worlds. So long, folks.